Late, late, late. Everyone says late. You know what nobody ever says, much to the detriment of my mental health, which should matter to you guys, because, I don't know how you expect me to put out banger 10 out of 10 content every day if my mental health is ailing. No one ever says great. Ooh, great stream. Well, actually, sometimes you guys say that, and I always appreciate it. I always see it when you do. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree, Bob. Man, I am never going to finish um, this Mandalore gaming video on Soma. How are we this afternoon? Actually, we're doing pretty good. It's a colder day today. We had kind of like a freakishly cold day yesterday. Not freakishly cold, like super duper cold, but it was unexpectedly cold. And this morning I was thinking, what's a nice casual shirt that I could wear that's warmer than the typical ones? And then I remembered. I have this awesome denim cowboy Western shirt from Double RL, which I've barely worn. Mostly because it's pretty warm. Like it's a warm shirt, but Can we get a Hades 2 update? I've completed the story. At least I think I have. Maybe there's more. I haven't... I don't want to spoil anything. I haven't found the guys, but I have made a friend. Do you get that? Is that enough? Is that fine? Is that enough? Time is flowing freely forth. I was wearing my favorite Levi's jacket at my sister's rehearsal dinner. Nice. I want to see what the post game is like. I'm at around 10 fear on all the weapons. I'm getting up there. Fantastic shirt, by the way. Intrigued by watching this negotiated protest stand down in Illinois. Will be interested to hear what you think about it. Sure, sure. Now that right there, that's a good segment pitch right there. First of all, a compliment to my clothing, very important. Second of all, I forgot the rest. But yeah, that's the important part. Vosh, you missed the gay sex scene. I wonder if there are going to be those. Wasn't there? Wait, I'm actually asking, by the way. Wasn't there fucking in Hades 1? That was real, wasn't it? You could fuck yeah. So I don't know if that comes about. You can get in the bath with people. Dude, Hecate's traps fucking yoked. Excuse me. Will you do a spoiler talk on Peacemaker? No, but I have seen the season finale. Did you get to Mel's polyamory speech? Yeah, but that was last game. No, wait. Mel is Millennium. No, I haven't. Hush. All right. Vosh, for a very long time, I thought you pretended to be gay in order to not get sass from the gays, but now I'm certain you're definitely gay. You know what? This offends me a little bit. Not that you thought that I was straight, but rather, if I was straight, don't you think I would beat you over the head with that nonstop? Like, don't you think every day would be a, well, I don't, you degenerate homosexuals live a lifestyle that I can't understand, but I'm burdened by my conscience to defend your lifestyle nonetheless. Like, what? I feel like if I was straight, I wouldn't lie about it. I would just play it up all the time. If anything, it would give me more joke fodder. Being gay is so passé on the left, Wow, a bisexual male? Incredible. And you, a beard and glasses too? Really raking in the novelty there. If anything, I've set myself up for the jokes. Do you think this chat would make you gay? No, nothing makes me wish I was straight quite as much as interacting with you know. You guys are a deterrent. If only sexuality could be more contagious. Well, I think it is to an extent. Man, I left a lot of tabs from last stream. What the fuck was I doing? Oh my God. All right, what is this? Colin Owen of the Illinois State Police approached one of the protesters and asked him to tell the crowd to disperse. Okay, what's going on here?
We do not want conflict. I'm asking you in your leadership role in this crowd to tell them to please disperse. Please work with us here so nobody gets hurt.
Right off the bat, I just have to say, and like and this isn't a moral judgment, this is just like a fact of the matter. This is nicer than cops will be dispersing a crowd 100% of the time. Like, this is the nicest shit I've ever seen state policemen do preceding the dispersal of a crowd. I'm not defending the dispersal. I'm just saying, you know, in America, usually they just fire tear gas.
The Illinois State Police does not want to have to effect arrest. We want public safety. They are following you. I'm asking you to help me disperse this crowd so nobody gets hurt. Please. You were a leader yesterday. You were a leader yesterday. You can do this today. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start arresting people, sir. You arrested 6 people already. Sir? Sir? What are you asking him to talk about? I'm asking him to help us disperse this crowd. Disperse the crowd, sir.
I wonder how they identified him as the leader. Is it just because he has a microphone? Like, he's not a leader in any kind of organizational capacity, I assume. He's literally just the guy who has a microphone and loudspeaker.
You have taken a major roadway. I'm asking you to...
He said he was leading yesterday? Okay, so he's actually assumed a leadership role. Okay, that's a little bit more fair then. Imagine being the guy at the protest who has the presence of mind to bring a microphone and a loudspeaker, and then the cop goes up to you and you're like, as the leader of this group, you are now responsible for making everyone disperse.
Sir? No, you cannot have the streets. Please disperse the crowd or I'm going to arrest people. Sir? Please disperse the crowd.
I'm trying to think how I would respond if I was that guy. I'm trying to... What's the... Well, first of all... Disperse from where? Dispersal orders aren't to a crowd, they're to an area, right? Like, you can move the protest somewhere, you know? You don't really benefit by just standing your... I guess if you want to make a stand, you can just stand there and get arrested and kind of like farm it for aura points. Pretend you don't speak English? Oh.
Mr. People. Mr. People.
I don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
That is a lot of police. Do you think a majority of police officers are MAGA? I think the data clearly indicates yes. At the very least, the vast majority of police officers voted for Trump.
Let me get in the middle. Let me get in the middle. Let me get in the middle.
You guys shut it down. We did it.
People, listen to me. I don't want no one to get hurt today. I don't want no one to get arrested. We made our point emphatically. But my job as rabbi is to ensure safety is the utmost most come through. I know we're upset. We're passionate. We can't stand this disgusting system. But I'm asking everyone, please, hear my voice. I want to disperse so no one gets hurt. Please. Please listen to me. I was arrested last week. I was thrown down.
I think obviously he's being put in a tough position here. I think I think the best way for him to phrase this would still be in the kind of like in a light of antagonism a bit. The police have ordered us to disperse and have said they will begin arresting people if we do not. If you do not wish to be arrested, we need to move from this location. You know, that kind of thing. Like put the burden on the police rather than say, well, out of compassion, you know, we're not going to be here. Something like that, you know?
I can't feel my hands because these killer cops put ties on my hands where blood can circulate my fingers.
Well,
I cannot feel my hands.
Hold it. They did.
Listen to me. I can't feel my hands right now. So I don't want no one to get hurt. Please. They want to disperse. Please. Please, folks. Listen to me. I know. It's terrible. It's terrible when you say, but you guys are powerful. And I appreciate the dedication to this movement. But at the same time, my heart cannot let you all go what I went through. You hear me? They put me in that back row and they just laughed at me, man. They laughed while screaming in pain because what they did to me. I don't want no one here to experience that. I don't want no one to hear.
he's in a very difficult position to be in, you know.
Experience that. I need you all to disperse, please.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, we can fight tomorrow. We can fight tomorrow.
The key here is you need to give them something to hook onto. You need to say, we're now going to go this way, or we'll be back tomorrow, or like something. You can't just say, because the language here implies, well, oh no, they've won, we have to go now, which you don't want. And that's not what he's saying, but that's the implication. You have to give people, like if they've got a lot of pent up energy, you have to direct it somewhere. You have to give them something to hook onto.
Okay, we can fight tomorrow. Please. Please help me. I don't want no one to get hurt. Please disperse. I don't want no one to get hurt.
Alright, step back, you guys. We gonna step back.
Please, everyone, please. Please, go, please. Please.
Stand with the citizens, Chief.
We're peaceful. We're peaceful, y'all.
Is it about done?
Please, y'all get hurt. No one to get hurt.
What they want to arrest you so that you can't track ICE like you just did. What they want is to arrest you so that you listen. What they want is to arrest you in this person.
All power to the people.
Well, it seems like they got at least a partial dispersal. Check the comments on the thread for a follow-up video from an attorney on site. That doesn't seem too credible. It's what I linked earlier. You linked me a different Reddit post.
We do not understand what state law you are invoking. Please be clear in your instructions. These peaceful protesters are exercising their First Amendment right. They do not understand your order. They do not understand your statements. You, state troopers, are an unlawful assembly right now because you're impinging on our First Amendment right to free expression. We do not understand your instructions. You have weapons. We do not have weapons. You are invoking, you appear to be threatening violence. We're not threatening violence. You are exacerbating the tension. We are lowering the tension. We don't understand what you're doing. We don't understand why you're doing it. We don't understand how to comply with your orders. You said to disperse. Where do you want us to go?
Is this the same protest? Like later this guy started speaking? Or is this a different protest? It would be better if he had high-rise pants, I agree. Is it good that he's being this calm? Yeah, being like this is the number one thing the cop fears is a lawyer or anyone who can talk like a lawyer, to be honest. Cops violate people's rights all the time. all the time. So indicating that you're aware of your rights is usually a pretty good. I mean, you don't want to needlessly antagonize them because most cops are like ogres basically. So if they get confused or upset or mad or scared, they'll shoot you. Though that's more of an interpersonal thing. It doesn't really work that way in like a group dynamic.
Why can't we exercise our First Amendment rights? Where is the Commander Owen or State Trooper Owen? Where are you? You need to be clear. You need to explain.
Well, I wish the video had continued. I was interested in seeing how that played out. I mean, they're still going to get dispersed, but, you know. Great video to have on record. Miss Genderlyn, didn't you have a different name yesterday? Yeah, misremember Lynn. Newsom Massacre. Welcome to Gavin Massacre. This is the go-to subreddit for all things Gavin Newsom as he takes aim at his opponent's oh no, it's a Gavin Newsom simp sub. Ah! Why does your Reddit look so old? Because new Reddit's fucking awful. I've had my Reddit set default to the old Reddit for years and years now, and I'm never changing it because there's nothing wrong with it. I like new Reddit, I don't know. Yeah, you like fucking you like HTML bloat. You like your phone being slowed down. You like slop. You're a little piggy slop. You want everything to be TikTok. You know what I miss? I miss forums. I miss back when you could fit all of the data being presented to you at the front page of a website on a punch card, okay? I miss the fucking bodybuilding forums back when I was in high school, okay? What was it? It was drop text. Everything's just text. I don't need the fancy bubbles. Okay? HTML is not even the problem. It's the fucking JavaScript, lol. Well, it's not like I know anything about anything, to be fair. Return to fit. Or MISC. It's because the whole internet is React or some shit. It's because nobody knows how to code anymore. Nobody makes any effort to optimize any element of every website. All websites are poorly designed now. It is insane that there are basic functions of a video player missing from Instagram on desktop. It is that like unbelievably bad. Every video game is Unreal Engine 5 slop. True. True. Yeah, the mentality is, oh, every computer is powerful enough to handle my trash code. This is exactly what the fuck I said about video games, and you goddamn industry pigs ignored me. You disagreed with me. I was like, nobody optimizes in modern Unreal Engine games because they have partnerships with fucking NVIDIA and they want to sell you on the new graphics card when they know goddamn well that any effort to actually optimize these fucking programs, these video games, would require like older, you wouldn't necessitate purchases of new graphics cards. People still know how to program. Managers and executives don't want to pay them to do that. Well, maybe people in our age range, Mythal, do. My understanding is that all coders ages like 25 and younger are vibe coding with ChatGPT. But yeah, no, that's true. Just no one, there's no market for it. Or they're maliciously not allowing the programmers to optimize because, you know, I don't fucking know. Every website has a partnership with NVIDIA. They're all trying to sell you graphics cards. I don't listen, okay? I'm just the messenger. Did you discuss the primary win by the Democrat you were talking about? Motherfucker. I didn't just discuss it. This community is responsible for it. Bain won by less than 1,000 votes, and PV canvassed for them, and I advocated for people to canvass via PV. This community is directly responsible for her primary victory. That's not even an exaggeration. That's an extremely clear causal effect of our involvement. Correlation? Yeah, I haven't had my third coffee for the day. What would you wear to a black tie wedding in November? A black tie, presumably. I have a cocktail attire wedding in November. I mean, black tie means tuxedo, so your options are pretty limited if you're a fella. It's Tennessee, though. What are the chances? Whether or not she wins in the general, and her odds are not great winning in the general, the fact that the progressive populist candidate, within the options available, won in the primary is a blow against establishment Democrats who want you to believe that the only way, people like Ezra Klein, who want you to believe that the only way we get to take back the purple states or contested districts or even the red states is by putting forward, pro-life, climate change denying, dipshit racist, anti-immigration Democrats, The idea that you should need, we just need mansions in every district. No, fuck that. Our people do better. Ah, sweet, Sinuage. Nate Silver just put out an article about this topic. It's as bad as you would think. It's so fucking exhausting that we still have to listen to these people, even though they've been humiliated and discredited over and over and over. Like, outside of the core group of loyalists who support them, their existence is just having bad takes and getting clowned on for it. They don't get, like, a particularly large amount of reach. A Nate Silver tweet nowadays probably gets more comments and quote tweets and dunks than it does actual, likes. It's not like anyone likes these people, but we're all cosmically fated to have to contend with their opinions forever and ever and ever. You see him complaining he gets more engagement on Blue Sky. Jesus, from the liberals? Does Silver have AIPAC ties? I have no idea, but I think everyone in the room would agree with me if I said that Nate Silver was spiritually aligned with AIPAC, if not in actual, financial connection. Hello, I am from Israel, and this is my pollster. Type shit. All right, we can't keep putting this off. What the fuck happened here? And why do I keep seeing people react to it? Is this the full video?
We're joined now by Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's start with the Middle East. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Hamas has confirmed they are holding.
This was immediately before Stephanopoulos, George Slopadopoulos, as he's known by his close friends and family, talked to Pritzker, which is why in the opening of his convo with Pritzker, Pritzker said, "We just heard a bevel of lies from our vice president." I know that reference is there.
20 living hostages, and that those hostages are going to be released in the next 24 hours, early as today, perhaps. Have 20 living hostages been confirmed? When do you expect to see them?
Well, they've been confirmed, George. Of course, you don't know until you see these people alive, but thank God we expect to see them alive here in the next 24 hours, probably early tomorrow morning, U.S. time, which will be later in the day, of course, in Israel. But look, George, we have to remember this is a remarkable achievement from an administration that really chose a non-conventional path to diplomacy. And I think that's the major takeaway.
The non-conventional path in question being putting literally any pressure on Israel whatsoever. Novel stuff, really. I'd almost forgotten it was possible.
The United States instructed Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. He said, get a deal done. Talk to the Gulf Arab states, talk to Israel, find where there's common ground here, and actually let's go and find a way to get it done. And because of that, we are on the cusp of true peace in the Middle East, really for the first time in my lifetime. Certainly, these 20 hostages are going to come home to their families, George. I think this is a great moment for our country. Our country should be proud of our diplomats who made this happen. It's really a great moment for the world, too, which is why the president's going to go over there and celebrate with these hostages. But it's a great thing, and I'm very excited about it.
200 U.S. troops are being...
I need this so badly. I need Trump to show up at, like, a gala being thrown to honor the arrival of the 20 surviving hostages, and Trump like shakes hands and takes a picture with each of them, and Trump is explaining to all of them like how he saved their lives and how he's the greatest, and they're trying to talk to him about like their harrowing experience of being held by Hamas for 2 years, and he just clearly does not give a shit. He's like, yeah, and then he moves on to the next guy. God, that'd be fucking good. It's probably gonna happen.
Sent to Israel to monitor the agreement. What exactly will they be doing? Will they actually go into Gaza? And are you concerned they could get caught in some crossfire?
George, so that story is actually misreported. We already have troops at Central Command. We've had them for decades in this country. They are going to monitor the terms of the ceasefire. And that's everything from ensuring that the Israeli troops are at the agreed upon line, ensuring that Hamas is not attacking innocent Israelis, doing everything that they can to ensure the peace that we've created.
This is a real question. Are we all just strongly opposed to JD and that's why we think he looks evil, or does he really look like that? I think we can all agree that JD does look like weird, no matter what. And the fact that we know he's evil and like a internet neo-Nazi probably contributes to that, but he doesn't, like, he just doesn't look like a politician. Like, he just looks like he'd be fine in an office somewhere as like a kind of goofy character. But usually, and I think in a way this is another, and I'm being serious here, another example of the kind of I don't know, a populistification of Republican politics, which is that, how do I put this? Okay, you know that old saying, let ugly people make music again? How all the pop stars these days have to be hot, you know? And it didn't necessarily used to be the case because we didn't have television, but nowadays it's like, well, if you're going to be a pop star, you kind of have to be hot, you know? Having such a weird, uncanny looking VP means to me that the Republicans are signaling that they're looking for people who possess qualities that aren't just like, you know, oh, you look like you'd fit in on Capitol Hill. Does that make any sense? He just doesn't look like a politician. He doesn't. He doesn't have that, like, I don't know, commanding presence, which a lot of them do, you know. Unlike a lot of Congress people, a VP is actually chosen. So normally you want to go for somebody that really shores up the weaknesses in your campaign. But in this case, he was more of a Heritage Foundation pick, so...
actually sustains and endures. But the idea that we're going to have troops on the ground in Gaza, in Israel, that is not our intention. That is not our plan. There was a bit of a misreporting there, but we are going to monitor this piece to ensure that it endures. The other piece of good news that's been underreported, I think, George, is that Indonesia and a number of other majority Muslim states, they've actually offered to send ground troops to Gaza to ensure the necessary peacekeeping takes place. That's not something the United States is going to be expected to do. That's something the Muslim world is going to step up and do. And that, again, is because of the Trump administration's diplomacy.
The president has also put...
Did you guys see, do you remember Indonesia claiming that they were ready to send troops if directed by the UN at that UN summit? That was not like, we're willing to step up to ensure Donald Trump's vision of peace in the Middle East. That was more of a, we're willing to do holy war to protect Israel, or sorry, to protect the Palestinians against Israel, you know? The tone was a little different there.
for National Guard deployments in several American cities, as you know. That's been questioned by several federal judges, including Trump appointees. Also, the Republican governor of Oklahoma and chairman of the National Governors Association, Kevin Stitt. Here's what Governor Stitt said. We believe in the federalist system that states' rights. Oklahomans would lose their mind if Pritzker and Illinois sent troops down to Oklahoma during the Biden administration. How do you respond to Governor Stitt?
Well, I'd say to Governor Stitt, you have to look at what's happening on the ground in Chicago. And the reason why Illinois is a different case.
Muslim world is irrelevant, though. The term Muslim world is extremely racist. There's like a bajillion Muslims, and they're all very different. You know, it feeds into this white supremacist mythos of clash of civilizations. You have like the Christian world and the Muslim world, and there's like a great battle for the demographics of the future. And it's bullshit. The world has never worked that way. The Christian world is internally divided. You know, the Muslim world's internally divided, and there are plenty of countries that have both Muslims and Christians. Like it's a meaningless. It's a very Hearts of Iron 4 way of looking at the world.
From Chicago is because Chicago has been given over to lawlessness and gangs for too long, George. If you look at the murder rates in Chicago, the violent crime rates, you have women who have young families.
Significantly lower than like every major Texan city.
They're terrified their kids are going to get killed in a drive-by shooting. We have accepted this for far too long in the United States of America. And
the rhetoric of like crime fear-mongering has gotten so lazy too. If you talk to these moms, they're scared their kids will get killed. That's all moms everywhere, regardless of any crime. That doesn't mean anything. That's every mom. That means nothing.
Of our biggest cities, and Chicago, unfortunately, is the worst. It's a beautiful city. It's got great people. We know the gross majority of the violent crime in that city is committed by a very tiny fraction of the population.
I think I've heard that one before.
Why shouldn't federal troops empower the people in Chicago to live safe lives when the governor and the local mayor just simply refuse to do their job?
But as you know, a federal judge, a U.S. district judge, has blocked the effort to deploy troops in Chicago. And it was Judge Perry, and she actually said that a lot of these claims that were made, especially in the court filings, lack credibility.
Well, George, we're obviously going to litigate this as much as we can. We think that we have the authority to provide proper safety to our citizens all over the United States, but particularly in Chicago. But I think for
liberal fascism, man, I can't believe he's talking about this. Or he's speaking this way in the context of we are deploying troops to a major American city to suppress the will of the local population. You know, we think that the lawyers will bear out in our favor on this one. It's like, everyone is like this, man, and you're not going to push back against JD Vance by saying some weak ass shit like a judge finds you lack credibility. Every Republican thinks every judge that disagrees with the administration lacks credibility. They don't care. You would just have to say, well, you're a lying piece of shit. That like, here are all the cities with higher crime rates than Chicago. Go through them one by one. Go through them one by one. Here's a list of cities in Texas that have a higher crime rate per capita than Chicago. Here's a list of red states that have a higher crime rate per capita than Chicago. Why don't you send the National Guard there? Like, we all know you're lying, JD Vance. We all know that you just want to suppress the enemies of Donald Trump. Why don't you just be honest with it? Why are you so cowardly? Accuse him of being cowardly, you know? You could land a soundbite on this in about 15 seconds. You could do it before he even had time to respond. And I guarantee you, by the way, judging from the way JD Vance and Stephen Miller and Trump have reacted when facing genuine pushback, they would fold immediately. These are not like extremely high IQ Hannibal Lecter types who would like anticipate your every move and have like a perfectly rhetorically calculated response. They are used to the media being complicit. They're used to the media being weak and not actually asking pointed questions. And if you hit them with a pointed question, were your journalists always stenographers to power? I'm sorry, Broken King. What country are you from? And out of curiosity, how many public bows of fealty has your prime minister made to Israel in the past 24 hours? Fuck you. Journalists have always been stenographers to power. Yeah, it's gotten worse lately. Then again, if you learn about the life trials and tribulations of one Henry J. Kissinger, you'll find that actually journalists have maybe always been like this. I don't know.
Any federal judge or anybody else to look at the situation and say, is it tolerable? And I think the obvious answer, George, is no. The president looks at this situation. He sees the fact that you have multiple people dying of murders every weekend in the city of Chicago, and he says this is intolerable. And it's not just the people who live in Chicago, it's the law enforcement in Chicago, federal, state, and local, who are trying to keep us safe. George, you've seen ICE agents being teed off on in suburban Chicago, in places all over the state of Illinois and other places too. You see 1,000% increase in violence against our ICE agents. They're being assaulted, they're being beaten, they're being shot at. I think all Americans, Democrat or Republican, we look at this scenario, we say—
No, whatever you're about to say, I disagree with it. Also, journalists need to say flatly, like, did the ICE officers deserve it? Like, are they restricting people's rights? Because we have, like, so many reports of their unabashed brutality, their thug behavior, you know? Like, you claim assaults against them are up. For one, I don't believe you. And for two, if they're violating people's liberties, do you think people should just, go quietly into the night? No one's willing to ask, like, tough questions.
This is not acceptable. We want people to be safe. We want our law enforcement officials to be empowered to keep us safe.
We also know the stat is bullshit, by the way. Like 1,000% increase on assaults on ICE officers? No. You know where we get that stat from, by the way? ICE. You seriously fucking believe them? Absolutely not.
We can do this, and that's exactly what the Trump administration has committed to doing.
Governor Pritzker is our next guest. President Trump has said that he should be in jail. Do you think Governor Pritzker has committed a crime?
Well, I think Governor Pritzker has certainly failed to keep the people of Illinois safe. And it's interesting to me, Governor Pritzker will talk a lot, I'm sure, about how bad Donald Trump is, about how bad I am, and about how bad the administration is. He is the governor of a state that where its biggest city has murder rates that rival the most violent places in the third world, George.
This is, again, like, incomprehensibly not the case at all. I know you all know that. I just feel the need to repeat it. In case there's anyone here who's like, I didn't know that. Like, they think this is a credible source of information or whatever. Vance is boring? Yeah, of course he is. This is why he can't replace Trump.
Why is he so mad at Donald Trump for trying to keep Chicagoans safe? He should be mad at the criminals that he has failed to keep at bay. We're trying to help him, and we're trying to help the residents of his biggest city. I wish that he would let us, because he certainly isn't doing the job himself.
I asked if you agree with President Trump that Governor Pritzker has committed a crime.
Well, I think that Governor Pritzker has allowed a lot of people to be killed in the city of Chicago and elsewhere, George. I think that it's disgraceful, and I think that he absolutely should suffer some consequences for the fact that there are thousands of innocent Chicagoans who are dead because he failed to do his job.
It's really a yes or no question. Do you believe he's committed a crime?
George, you're going to keep on asking this question. I'm going to keep on telling you that Governor Pritzker has failed to do his job. He should suffer some consequences, whether he's violated a crime. Ultimately,
it's so pathetic that even this is considered like pressing by journalistic standards. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, like, oh, what's an example of like a bold interview tactic? What if you just insist they answer a question directly 3 times in a row? Oh my God, real journalism! Wow.
Would leave to the courts, but I certainly think that he has violated his fundamental oath of office. That seems pretty criminal to me. I'd leave it to a judge and jury to decide whether he's actually violated the crime.
Let me also
violated
ask
a crime. But this is what I mean when I say these are not like high IQ interlocutors who could effortlessly weave their way out of any trouble. Notice how he's flubbing even here.
Decide whether he's actually violated the crime.
Let me also ask you.
Violated the law, committed a crime. Even like being pressed lightly to answer a question directly is enough to get them a little bit flustered. It's so easy, okay? Any like direct accusation would have him blustering.
As we saw the indictment this week of Letitia James on questions of mortgage fraud. Also, Lisa Cook has been accused by the Trump administration of committing mortgage fraud as well. The journalism outlet ProPublica has actually published a story, and I want to show it up on the screen right now, that says that several members of the Trump administration have faced similar questions. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez Durant.
Remember how Kristi Noem crashed out when a reporter asked her a serious question? It pisses me off so much, like more than the Trump administration itself does, that all of these like big mainstream media industry reporters are going to launder their reputations in the post-Trump era, and everyone's going to forget how they were about Trump and how they were about Israel. The same way it happened after the Iraq War. The Iraq War happened, all these people fell in line. They were all repeating the administration's lies, even though everyone knew Colin Powell was lying to the UN. Everyone knew Bush was full of shit, talking about WMDs, but they repeated the lies, they played into it. And then years and years and years after, when it was politically safe, they were all like, yeah, well, that was regrettable. I shouldn't have supported that. And that was it. And they got to keep their careers and their fancy-pantsy mansions. Like Ezra Klein? Yeah, like Ezra Klein. Yeah, nobody paid a price. And they're doing it with Israel right now. And they're also doing it with their incredible weakness and complicity with Trump. Though we might not ever get like an impartial seeming mainstream media back, of course. With stuff like Barry Weiss taking over CBS, it's possible we might just be at the end of the phony impartial media. I would unironically rather my media be partisan right than the fake bipartisan that it's been for this long. At least if it was partisan right, everyone left of center could write off the media and would stop paying attention to it, It's kind of like the Kremlin, where everyone in Russia who doesn't like Putin knows that all the media that is state-run in Russia is not worth listening to. You can kind of go like, it doesn't really capture people because it's the fact that it's known to be partisan sort of immunizes you against that consideration.
Entered into 2 primary residence mortgages in quick succession. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has primary residence mortgages in New Jersey and Washington, D.C. Lee Zeldin, the Environmental Protection Agency administrator, has 1 primary residence mortgage in Long Island and another in Washington, D.C. How do you respond to critics who say that the Trump administration is engaging in a double standard here?
Well, I'd say 2 things, George. First of all, ProPublica is basically a left-wing blog. I'm not shocked that you found a left-wing blog that can attack members of the Trump administration. But second, and this is the most important, is what does the law say? Letitia James was indicted in a left-leaning part of our country, a part that voted very heavily against Donald J. Trump, for the crime of...
by a federal prosecutor appointed by Trump.
Mortgage fraud. When I read the indictment, when I read the facts in the case, I see a person who committed mortgage fraud. Now, of course, the jury is going to decide whether she ultimately committed a crime. We don't try her. The administration doesn't try her. A judge tries the case, and a jury decides whether she's ultimately guilty. That is what is going to determine whether she goes to prison. I think we let the facts drive this, and George, that's what we've tried to do.
I wish Slopadopoulos would say, why did you say she was prosecuted in a left-leaning part of the country when it wasn't like local prosecutors who brought the charges against her? It was, in fact, the Trump administration who deliberately pushed for it and like threatened people's jobs to ensure they pushed for it. Like it has nothing to do with the area that she's in. It's a national affair.
The administration's Department of Justice. We've asked ourselves, has a person violated the law? And if that person has violated the law, then we decide to prosecute him. That's what the Department of Justice should do. It didn't do that under Joe Biden's administration. It does under Donald Trump's.
On the facts, do you dispute the facts that ProPublica reported?
Do I dispute a far-left blog that I haven't read that you brought up in this interview? I have no idea, George. I have no idea what they actually said. But I certainly question the source. I question their credibility. And most importantly, I'm not worried about what they said about members of our administration. I ask the question, what does the law say? And if the law says that you engage in mortgage fraud and a local prosecutor, a local grand jury, and finally a jury convicts you of that crime, then that is how the justice system is meant to work in the United States of America.
The White House border czar Tom Homan was recorded on an FBI surveillance tape in September 2020.
This is the bit. This is the bit. This part right here is the bit. This is why he can never take over for Trump, man. He's so fucking whiny. Trump is also whiny, but he's whiny in this like grandiose, self-appraising way that comes across as a lot more theatric. Whereas JD Vance just comes across like he's just so smug and annoying. He's just annoying. He's just an annoying. There's a reason why no one cares at all for his like in-person appearances, for his speeches, for his, interviews, but his tweets do really well. And it's because his cadence is well structured for tweeting, smug, whiny, irritating, obnoxious, but like smarmy, a little soundbite. But then you actually listen to the guy and it's like, gee,
For accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money or give it back?
George, you've covered the story ad nauseum. Tom Homan did not take a bribe. It's a ridiculous.
So in case you don't know, the context for this is that late last year, at the very end of the Biden administration, the FBI did a bribery sting where they offered Tom Homan $50,000 in exchange for some kind of political favor. I forget what it was exactly. And Tom Homan just fucking accepted the cash. Like, Tom Homan fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He was like, oh, a bribe? Yummy. Don't mind if I do. He floated over to the bribe with like the smell from the bag of money, like wafted into his nose, and he kind of hovered over to it,
Smear. And the reason you guys are going after Tom Homan so aggressively
anyway, so this is a crime. Accepting a bribe as a federal official is a crime, but that leads to an investigation. Trump wins very shortly after, because this happened in September 2024. Trump wins in November 2024. Trump becomes president, and then the investigation is dropped. Of course, they forced the investigation to be dropped.
because he's doing the job of enforcing the law. I think it's really preposterous. I know Tom. I think that he's a good man. He gets death threats. He gets attacked. He gets constantly threatened by people because he has the audacity to want to enforce the country's immigration laws. I think that it would be a much more interesting story about why is it that Tom Homan, who is simply enforcing Americans' immigration laws, is getting constantly harassed and threatened to the point of death threats. That's a much more interesting question that I think journalists should focus on. We can agree to disagree on that question.
Well, wait, you said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
George, this story has been covered ad nauseum. He did not take a bribe. Did he accept $50,000? I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000.
J.D. Vance answering to the Epstein accusations against Trump. Now listen, I'm sure that when Trump was a child, he knew many 12-year-old girls. Now, I don't know what exactly you're going on about, but
For services. The question is, did he do something illegal? And there's absolutely no evidence that Tom Homan has ever taken a bribe or done anything illegal, which is why he's working in the administration.
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape? Did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for what?
He was recorded on an audio tape in September 2024 in FBI.
So again, this is exactly what I mean. He's flubbing right now. This is like the lowest possible bar of pushback, which is, again, just insisting on an answer to a question. And JD Vance's, this was a huge mistake right here. Never, ever, ever say you don't know what you're talking about, because it's an invitation for the other side to then reiterate how bad this thing that you refuse to answer is. Now, Slopadopoulos has the ability to explain, no, like Tom Homan, we have a video of him accepting a bag of cash. It's the most it's the most like comedically obvious way of accepting a bribe possible. It's not like, normally I assume bribes are more subtle than this. This is not subtle.
Surveillance tape accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question. Is it illegal to take a payment for doing services?
Yes. If you're a federal official, yeah, that's called a bribe.
FBI has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has accused Tom of violating a crime.
Yeah, they have. They were prosecuting him. You just dropped the charges when you took over. You can't. Yeah, the investigation was ended by the Trump administration.
The far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is. Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is he did violate a crime.
He's terrible at this. terrible at this, man. Even a little bit of pushback. This is where Trump would just disengage completely. Trump would be like, "You're a loser. No one watches you. No one watches this stupid shitty network. I don't know what you're talking about. You're wasting my time." And then he would leave. And that would be like way more in an environment where you flagrantly lie over and over and over again, constantly, and don't even try to cover your tracks. That's all you can really do. You can't argue the point.
What was caught on the tape, you're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money.
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that Tom Homan accepted.
This is also really, really stupid to do. Like, you can't pretend you haven't heard anything about it. You have to if you wanted to lie about this and like disengage or avoid the question, he has to he needs to continue lying. Right? The only way out is through. He needs to say the FBI, investigated, as they do all federal departments, for corruption and found nothing out of the ordinary in this case. He needs to continue lying his way through. But he's trying, again, it's the midwit thing, man. It's the fucking midwit thing where he's like, with my high IQ and supreme Aryan intellect, I can simply argue my way out of this obvious knowing lie everyone knows I'm engaging in. Where, like, he hates the idea of being in a position where the only way out is to just be stupid, like obviously dumb to everyone around you. But it is. That's what makes Trump special.
Accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility.
Nope.
Because you're talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States.
You took too long to do it, man. You took too long to do it. Trump would have done it the moment there was any pushback.
It's about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking about.
Why would you?
Meanwhile, low-income women can't get food because the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have...
He's so fucking bad at this! Oh my God, really? This is the pullback you're going to do after 5 attempts at deflecting? Now you're going to... Meanwhile, women...
shut down the government. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer has shut down the government. You are focused on a bogus story. You're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing on the fact that our country is struggling because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
He'll be getting media training from Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's also not good at this, by the way. Stephen Miller and JD Vance both have the midwit virus, where they fall apart when questioned by reporters because they think they can outsmart being obviously wrong, and you actually can't. It's not possible.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
It really is a shame because people are talking about this like it's a BTFO, and to be honest, it kind of is. Like, it's just such a low bar. You know what I mean? It's such a low bar. Like, any pushback and these people fall apart. JD Vance objected to being cut off. Oh, are you saying that in this MSNBC cut off that part? Hold on. I think I have the clip from the live.
Doing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
No, George, I said that I don't.
Up next, we'll be right back.
Okay, that does add quite a bit. Incredibly cowardly of MSNBC to not upload that part. It feels like such a minor story in the grand scheme of things, but it is insane. Like, again, the borders are being just handed a big peck. Fuck Obama, dude. You know Obama appointed Tom Homan? I can't get over that, man. I can't get over, like, all the seeds of our destruction were laid by the fucking... Oh, no, I shouldn't overstate. I shouldn't overstate. Not all the seeds of our destruction were laid by the Democrats. But a lot of them were, man. A lot of them were. Actually insane. It's not like he wasn't evil before. Yeah, he was still like this back then. It goes back to before Nixon even. I think you could reasonably argue that the relationship that Kissinger and Nixon had was probably the end of a lot of things in America. We often cite Reagan as like the starting point for a bunch of economic damage and social damage, and that's all completely true. But I think the real rot in government wasn't actually Watergate. It was the Kissinger-Nixon relationship and all of the like oversteps of federal power and all the paranoia and all the weird like we're not public servants, we're actually like weird like self-serving grifters who are just taking advantage of the office to do whatever we can to embolden our own personal brand. Not to say there wasn't an element of that to political leadership before, there always has been, but I think that like Nixon and Kissinger together kind of, you know, were fucking. Yeah, probably. I don't know. The entire shape of our government was designed to shield against the kind of people that power attracts. I think that like you could make a reasonable argument. I think that even though we've had many evil presidents and we have many evil people in power, that was the beginning of, no, not the beginning of, I don't know, maybe the death of the concept of political leadership as public service. Maybe that's an overstatement too. I don't really know. Andrew Jackson was the beginning, lol. Ah, yes, the man who invented racism. I'm not talking about presidential immunity, though, user test account. It's that, like, I don't know. I don't know. Never mind. Forget it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Wait, why am I blanking? That was MSNBC, right? I always fucking forget who Stephanopoulos works for. No, that's ABC. ABC. Why do I think MSNBC? Yeah, ABC. Sorry. Do you still think peaceful reform is still possible? Nice try, federal agent. You're not getting me this time. Didn't he change networks? Well, if he did, that would explain my confusion. What do we have here? Oh yeah, Barron Trump is being considered for one of the executive roles leading the brand new America only TikTok. Sorry, an international China controlled TikTok was too anti-Israel. Comical corruption levels. We're just returning to the past, baby. This is like real Return with a V shit, you know? Every single relative of the royal family must be given an important post. Apparently he doesn't want it. The fact that he's been considered for it on his own is absolutely insane to begin with. Really are entering like a new age of social media censorship. I mean, beyond everything else, like the TikTok thing is absolutely insane. You guys seen all those screenshots on social media of like people's videos being deleted because they contain bad, like quote unquote bad or unfriendly or unhappy content, and it's like ICE abductions or whatever. The video deletion message, yeah, they don't promote joy. Insane. This deal's been going on for ages. Oh, by the way, also set up by the Biden administration. Thank you, Biden administration. Under Biden, the framework for this, like, selective ban of TikTok, or the ban of TikTok because it's like a foreign-controlled entity. Yeah, that was set up. Almost certainly because of Israel, so thanks for that. Here's an example. Oh, is this an example of the... Oh, yeah, here we go. TikTok took down my 8-second video featuring this image of Debbie Brockman, the news producer just detained by Trump's CBP agents, saying it violates the, quote, joy of TikTok. And it's the Chicago journalist getting arrested. Part of the joy of TikTok is coming across new and unexpected content, but the platform is not a place to intentionally shock, upset, or disgust others. We recognize this type of content may be triggering, cause psychological harm, or lead to extreme discomfort. We do not allow gory, gruesome, disturbing, or extremely violent imagery. Sorry, citizen. Continue your mandated scroll. You are not allowed to bear witness to police brutality. It harms the harmonious fabric of society type shit. What promotes joy is subjective. No, with AI, like, it's so easy for, you know how YouTube has a content ID system where copyright holders can upload their content to YouTube, and then YouTube will auto flag videos that have content from that content. Like, you know, if you live stream an episode of TV, the owners of that program don't need to go manually find your video and flag it. It gets auto flagged because it contains content that's too similar to what's auto logged in YouTube's content ID system. They can just do that automatically for any protest footage, you know? They don't even have to do it for specific bits of protest footage. They can just, like, hey, tell the AI, you know, block anything that looks like it depicts police brutality in Chicago, and kablamo. Really spooky stuff. Ironically, this is kind of how it works in China. Well, they've been around for thousands of years. Maybe this is the right way. You see, Trump's daughter is now Jewish. Why are you sending me videos from True Blue Rebel Gigabased? I doubt the credibility of this. Hasn't she been converted?
And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that My daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here.
Why are they clapping like that? Is this a Middle Eastern thing? Is this a Jewish thing? Clapping's usually uncoordinated. Why are they all clapping in time? Actually, I've been to like temple, or sorry, is it temple? Synagogue? What's the term before? I feel like I've heard this before growing up. Do Jewish people clap in time? It's a Middle Eastern thing? Well, there's an overlap. I grew up around Persian Jews.
And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords, because people that, right?
He does sound like he's dying, yeah. Okay. We'll talk about the thing. Yeah, look, it's a big enough deal that AP News has it in a big old... They got a full title card here. Look at that, very cinematic. What's here? What's this video? The full screen doesn't work. It's off center. That's great. Aided last. I really hope this shit lasts. Trump did dual loyalty. Why are you posting Keith Woods? Why we're talking about Israel. Why are you getting the clips from the Nazi accounts? I understand they're just clips of Trump.
Broken promises from many other American presidents. You know that. They kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem.
What does Donald have to do with any of this? World leaders are meeting in Egypt to discuss the resolution of the Israel Gaza conflict, which is, again, like, we'll see if it actually holds. I have a feeling that Israel's campaign of brutality will never end, at least not without a disempowerment of the state, but...
Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion. And she...
the Miriam that she's referring to is a multi-billionaire Trump donor, hyper MAGA lunatic Zionist Israeli American who I believe she was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by Trump. She's an absolute psychopath. Also, this is what she looks like. So the, Mar-a-Lagoification of the right is kind of like a universal phenomena, you know? So yeah, make of that what you will.
She loves, and I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel.
She's a psychopath. She's advocated for like the complete annexation of the West Bank. She's one of those like greater Israel hyper-fascists. But she's been a very aggressive advocate for Israel to Trump. Oh, here, take a look at what she actually looks like. It's crazy what evil does to you, man. Yeah, this is what she looks like. Keep in mind, she's worth $40 billion. So we're to a large extent, your life is your choice. But no, it's evil shaping her appearance here.
Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel. I must say. We love you. Thank you.
That's so endearing for Trump to like reflexively bring up the dual loyalty thing. But then, well, is it really dual loyalty if she's actually an Israeli American who advocates relentlessly for Israel? The dual loyalty thing is about Jews in Israel, like the accusation that they're loyal to Israel above America. But in her case, she's actually an Israeli, so it's not really a dual loyalty thing. She's actually a dual citizen. Still pretty funny, though. It's a tough time to be a Trump-supporting neo-Nazi, It's a really, really, really tough time. Oh, good Lord, that microphone. Practicing my standing. Hold on. Did some general coverage of this. I have no interest whatsoever in watching like 4 hours of speeches with Trump at this summit. Yeah. Use that permanent marker.
This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you
And there was never again conflict in the Middle East.
believe it? And it's going to hold up, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to hold up.
Let's get back to Caitlin. He was just wrapping up with some of the things we heard him say time and time again as he's had microphones throughout the day, Caitlin. But again, just the importance, I mentioned the imagery, and then, of course, the substance, which is, we believe, as you said, signing on to this 20-point deal, which even though we don't know what is going to really come next, what's going to take hold, just the idea of all of these people in one room, in Sharm el-Sheikh, signing on to any document is a very big deal.
Yeah, and this is something that Steve Witkoff, one of the president's top aides, hammered out the details of what those 20 points were going to look like. I mean, we saw draft versions where small things were changed or some points were entirely crossed out as they were working on this. And the president joked before he left here in Israel that, you know, given how late he was, maybe these world leaders would leave and they wouldn't wait on him to sign these documents. He showed up more than 4 hours late, Dana, but obviously they are all still there, including the ones who helped broker the seal at the table, leaders from Qatar, from Egypt, from Turkey, sitting with the president, as they were the ones who helped really get this deal over the line last week when the president came out on Thursday. And
yeah, that's great. Newly freed Palestinian prisoners arrive in West Bank and Gaza.
Today's return of the last living Gaza hostages
I know you're mad
has
about
also
this.
triggered the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees, some who have been held by the Israelis for a long time. Take a look at this. This was
even there, the language: Israeli hostages versus Palestinian prisoners and detainees. These are hostages too. Like, these are people who were arrested without trial. You know, they're just being detainees, I suppose, is more accurate. But
a dramatic scene as some of them arrived earlier today in Gaza. All right, let's go live right now to CNN's Nada Bashir. She's joining us from Ramallah in the West Bank. What happens to the released prisoners and the detainees now that they're back in Palestinian custody?
Israel said they're not allowed to celebrate their release, which is fucking insane. Yeah.
Well, look, Wolf, we were there when the buses arrived in central Ramallah. We saw the prisoners taking off from those buses carried by the Red Cross, meeting with their family members once again. It certainly was an emotional moment for many of those families. It's important to underscore, of course, that many of the 250 Palestinian prisoners, the vast majority, were serving either long-term sentences or life sentences, some even multiple life sentences for serious offences. So this is not something, of course, that many families...
Serious offenses, of course, you know, charges without evidence, like the prosecutorial standards of Israeli military court when it comes to Israelis versus Palestinians is insane. I think their conviction rate for Palestinians is like 99% or some shit. Their conviction rate for Israelis is like 3%. Like, these are people that, like, they will find the Palestinian child, say they were holding a rock, say the rock was a weapon, and say that the weapon was about to be used against an Israeli soldier, accuse them of terrorism, and hold them for 5 life sentences. Like, taking seriously Israeli military tribunal charges against Palestinians, you might as well go over to Auschwitz-Birkenau and read through the list of alleged crimes committed by all of the detainees there and go like, I don't know. It says you were conspiring to devalue Germany's currency. Where were you during World War I? And you're talking to a guy who weighs 73 pounds.
Family members would have been anticipating outside of this ceasefire deal. And of course, in addition to that 250, we also saw more than 1,700 Palestinians from Gaza who were detained over the course of the war, many of them without charge, being returned to the Gaza Strip. And as you mentioned, we saw that dramatic video of these Palestinian Gazan prisoners being returned to the Gaza Strip in those buses, huge crowds surrounding those buses as well. But of course, there are also some, at least 150, who have been deported. These are individuals who are charged with violent crimes. Many of them have been deported to Egypt, it's understood. And of course, this was an important aspect of the ceasefire deal. It is an important part of the agreement that Hamas has long pushed for. There are individuals, of course, that they had pushed forward, including senior...
I mean, 99% is the conviction rate of U.S. federal prosecution. Yeah, but let's not pretend U.S. federal prosecution has the same standards as the Israeli military tribunals, especially when they're only 3% for Israelis. Like, that would be like looking at a conviction rate for black and white people, 99 versus 3%, and being like, well, you know, they're very good at their job.
Political figures who were not released. But again, this is a significant moment here in the occupied West Bank and for the Palestinian community.
With us here is CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel.
Do not look up the Israeli charge rate for rapes. Yeah, the charge rate's actually just that, a charge. Like, you have to pay $10 on the way out.
Cedric
Maybe
Layton.
they pay you.
Wow, what a day.
It certainly is, Pamela.
We're all just trying to absorb how momentous today is. But then there's tomorrow and the next day and the next day. What does Gaza look like in these days ahead?
So right now, Gaza, of course, is basically a pile of rubble. To put it bluntly, Gaza has at least 90% of its structures that are either completely destroyed or damaged. So these places are not habitable; they're not livable. And one of the key issues that's going to happen, Pamela, is they're going to have to get the aid in there very quickly. There is aid that's moving in there right now, but the aid is going to have to come in really quickly in order to prevent not only starvation, but also possible deaths from frost as the winter comes in, and that's going to be a critical thing for this area. They have to move quickly. They're trying to do that. All the UN and other aid groups are definitely poised to do this, but there's nothing like speed for something like this. And then when it comes to the security situation, you're looking at an area where there already is a contested area between Hamas policemen and various clans within Gaza. Some of those clans have helped the Israelis, and there's a lot of fighting going on right now there. So this is going to be a very tenuous situation.
Yeah, I wasn't there a reporter who actually brought this up to Trump, and Trump was pretty blasé about it. Like the immediately, of course, there are people who want to restart the fighting, and they're like, well, Hamas is killing collaborators, which, like, yeah, no shit. Which maybe they are or aren't, but like if they are, no shit. And Trump responded with like, yeah, well, they were going to do that. You know what I mean?
Some people have likened it a bit to Mogadishu, back in the 90s. That is something that could happen, but the international community has to work very hard to prevent that from happening. This is a great day, but there's a lot to come for the future.
So are you concerned a civil war will break out in Gaza?
Oh, I think it's very possible because you've got a lot of clans that are part of the fabric of Gaza. So these are families that have lived there for centuries, and they have their own vested interests. You have political groups like Hamas. You also have Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other groups. So there is a chance that these groups could go after each other. So this is why a peacekeeping force is going to be absolutely critical. So what is happening now at Sharm el-Sheikh, where President Trump is at the moment, that is going to really, in essence, put things out for the future, and hopefully they'll develop a plan to move a peacekeeping force in. But this is going to be a very dangerous area, and if these clans and Hamas...
I know this is a loaded question, but do you think a 1 or 2 state solution is best? Buddy, like right now, like the golden path forward seems to be one where the Palestinian people are not completely eradicated. I have no idea what the most effective... Look, morally speaking, we all know that justice is never going to be done here, okay? I maintain that the most moral thing that could possibly happen, that's within even the realm of possibility, I mean, like even remotely possible, would be a combined UN task force basically occupying Israel, disarming it, taking apart their nuclear weapons, bringing every single person even remotely close to leadership in that country to trial at The Hague, and just occupying it basically indefinitely. I don't care how much money it costs, you know? We poured plenty of money into occupying Japan and occupying Germany after World War II. We know what we need to do here. We know what's right. And whether or not it becomes a 1 state or a 2 state, well, their 2 state has problem, 1 state has problems. I don't like it. I'm not going to... There's like an infinite amount of suffering in every direction, but one in which the Israeli state is completely neutralized and disarmed is without a doubt the best path forward, but that's not going to happen. So in a world where Israel continues to exist and where the entire Western world apparently continues to offer uncritical fealty to the state of Israel for largely financial reasons, what is the best path forward? 1 state or 2 state? I don't really know. I need to think about it. I don't know. Like, there are good and bad versions of both. I guess there are more and less bad versions of both. I don't know if there's a good version of anything here.
Start shooting at each other in...
Do you think a Dem president would at least send Netanyahu and Gallant to The Hague? Fuck no, they wouldn't. Jesus. At this point, I feel like it'd be more likely that Trump would, just because he thinks it would get him closer to going to heaven. No, yeah, Biden would nuke The Hague before letting them try Netanyahu. Absolutely the fuck not.
Greater volumes. They're doing that now to some extent, but if that happens on a mass scale, that is going to be a very dangerous place, and it's going to be really hard to insert a peacekeeping force into something like that.
So then what do you think about what the Egyptian foreign minister just said not long ago, calling for U.S. troops to be stationed inside Gaza? Do you see a scenario where that could actually happen?
It's certainly possible, but it's very much against what President Trump has said in his analysis of the situation. And, you know, basically what President Trump has tried to do with the Civil Military Coordination Center that they've developed, those 200 troops, the U.S. troops that are in Israel or about to be in Israel, those are supposed to be basically a command center for the peacekeeping effort in Gaza. They are not supposed to be troops on the ground. Really, 200 is not a sufficient number. You would need tens of thousands of troops, given the population of Gaza and the strength of Hamas, even in its decimated state. It would be very difficult to insert a force in there if it's not of sufficient strength. So I think the Egyptian foreign minister's desire, you know, I can understand why he would say it, but I think it's unrealistic. The Arab states are going to have to step up to make this happen. Otherwise, I don't see a lasting peace scenario.
That's probably not terrible. I know, like, I don't trust Egypt for shit, but I feel like Egyptian soldiers stationed in Gaza would be more disposed towards supporting and defending the Palestinian people than American soldiers would. Why do they play tug of war with the handshake? Trump always shakes hands like that. It's a power move. He's talked about it for decades, where you do a handshake and then you like yank back to try to throw them off. It's one of these like gay 1980s power suit businessman tactics that he's been touting for half of a century, you know?
Possible for Gaza unless there's something like an international force, but an Arab-based force that does the kinds of things that need to be done to keep those sides apart and to allow the population of Gaza to get the aid that they need.
Yeah, hopefully they get the aid that they need soon. 2 million people, around that number.
Yes.
I think I prefer U.S. soldiers. What if we sent Turkish soldiers who would then probably promptly invade Israel? I think the popularity of Israel and Turkey is like 1% or something. Like the average Turk is more. I feel like if you polled 1,000 Turkish people and 1,000 Palestinians, the Turkish people would still be more anti-Israeli.
Very much in need. Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you.
Here, there's a bunch of shit here. It's a big day.
We are covering a historic moment here in Israel because for the first time in 2 years, over 2 years, 738 days, Hamas holds no living hostages in its captivity for the first time. We are still waiting word on when the bodies of the deceased hostages that were still in Hamas's captivity and hands will be handed over to their families and to their loved ones here in Israel, something that they have stressed is just as important as bringing home the live hostages. But we have confirmed all 20 live hostages have now been handed over to the Israeli Defense Forces, and marking a pivotal moment in a ceasefire that the president confirmed had been brokered last Thursday. And now here we are on Monday morning, and we have seen these 20 live hostages.
Keep in mind that a version of this deal that was even more favorable had been accepted by Hamas under Biden's presidency last year, and Biden's team didn't even consider it.
Handed over and returned to Israeli soil. We're waiting for all of that to be finalized as we are seeing what their condition is and what this looks like. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Hostages Square, where, Clarissa, I know every time hostages had been released by Hamas and handed over to the Red Cross and then eventually to the IDF, you have been hearing cheers there in Hostages Square from all the people who've been gathered for hours and waiting for this moment.
That's right, Caitlin. Some of them have been here since 4 and 5 in the morning. And as you mentioned, every single time news comes, the hostages have been handed over to the International Red Cross. The hostages have been handed over.
Hostages Square? Yeah.
Now to the IDF, the hostages are now back in Israel. You hear these just sort of jubilant cheers erupting throughout the crowd. This is a moment that everybody here in this country has been waiting for some 737 days. Many of the people who are here today have been coming to this square every single week to demand an end to the keeping of these hostages. This was a moment that they had been dreaming of. They didn't know when it was going to finally happen, and now they are watching it play out in real time. They are witnessing history. And there were sort of some surreal moments as well, Caitlin, like when Hamas gave phones to some of the hostages before they were handed over to the Red Cross to video call their loved ones. And you saw these images and videos of family members talking because they have poured their entire beings into campaigning around
I am from Israel, and this is my dance move.
to be released.
Through the International Red Cross to Israel. Yeah, it's really amazing what's going on. It's such a difference, and you know, it's interesting because you know.
Of October 7th, as we think about what just a devastating day that was and where we are now.
Why? What happened?
We spoke with some of the families.
And that had blacked out tinted windows pull up to that tent, and presumably the newly freed Israeli hostages, some of them would have boarded that helicopter. If we see that helicopter take off shortly, I think that will serve as confirmation that those hostages, at least the first few of them, are on their way to Israeli hospitals.
Hostage families reunited as Trump is cheered in Israeli parliament.
We're looking at live coverage and live pictures from Ben Gurion Airport outside Tel Aviv. That, of course, is Air Force One.
Sorry, it's just all very depressing. I still don't know what the future looks like for Palestinian people. I have no idea. I feel like the conflict has to continue in large part, not only because the sort of thirst for death and nationalism has not been quenched in Israel. Like, they still want greater Israel. There's still a significant number of Israelis and political figures in Israel who want greater Israel, you know. Netanyahu still wants to hold on to power and not go to jail. They all still, you know, a ton of them want to eradicate the Palestinians. So I don't know what the future looks like here. It's just very depressing.
President Trump is expected to arrive there very shortly. You hear the gavel right there. This after the U.S. brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The president called it the, quote, historic dawn of
I think Western populations would simply not accept Israel going back to war. I disagree. Also, it wouldn't be framed that way. Every single one of these journalists would get a note card saying, you are going to say this. And the thing they would say is, Hamas has resurged. It'd be like the beginning of the fucking 9th Star Wars movie. Somehow Hamas returned. They have marshaled a force 100,000 strong, and trust me, we don't have any photos or videos of it, but they're like basically about to destroy Tel Aviv. So yeah, we got to do this shit again or whatever. IDF, you know, fuckboys are still going to be taking sniper shots from across the border. None of this shit's going to change. You can't, like, there's no way to de-Hitlerize a Hitler country when they get to keep everything. Israel hasn't been, like, in any way weakened or punished. They've been rewarded, if anything. They got to be evil, and they're still being protected by America.
New Middle East. Let's listen to a brief moment of that speech.
In an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form.
All right, we have pictures now of where President Trump is headed. That's Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. He will attend a summit which is ostensibly on the future of Gaza with the leaders of 20 other countries there.
But just a look at the signage that they have up as they are going to be arriving. Peace in the Middle East. I mean, this is setting up to be, they are setting a high bar for what they want to accomplish on a very big day. And you can see a podium there, lots to come here. And as we await that, we are witnessing Finally, the emotional, just look at this, guys, emotional reunions taking place between those freed hostages and their loved ones that they haven't seen in more than 2 years, finally coming face to face at a military base in southern Israel.
Of course, you would never, ever, ever have this coverage for any one of the thousands of Palestinians who have been held, in some cases for decades, as they're reunited with their families, if their families are still alive, which is frankly not that likely, all things considered. Look, I have no hate in my heart towards any of the hostages. You know, obviously shit sucks for them. I wouldn't want to be held by Hamas for 2 years. That's not the issue here. It's just, again, the ridiculous, insane, disgusting level of inconsistency in the level of humanization that we engage in. Do you all see that Obama tweet, where he was like, Israeli families and the people of Gaza? You see that? Like at every level, the Zionist dehumanization is baked into their language.
Reporting from at the hospitals here, ferrying those hostages back and forth. They were able to have initial medical checks, reunite with some of their loved ones, and then go on to hospitals for further evaluations where more of their family members could be. And you've just seen those beautiful moments playing out.
No disrespect, but why is Paraguay at the summit? Well, there's more than just a pair of guys. There's like dozens of people there.
Including people who were kidnapped together into Gaza and finally being reunited in this moment. And so we've seen that play out before in previous hostage releases, but now seeing it play out this time, obviously, it just hits really close to home for so many people here as they're breathing a sigh of relief here. And on the political front, the president just spoke about this, getting all these hostages home as he was addressing the Israeli parliament here. And now he is headed for the airport. We're waiting for him to board Air Force One before he heads to Egypt to go to Sharm el Sheikh. We have full coverage across the region as we are watching those moments. And I want to go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. And obviously, Jeremy, we just talked about those emotional moments, and you're exactly
who were released in the previous ceasefire and hostage release.
Big picture thoughts. So this is the day for real joy that those who has decided he will not take up.
There's Netanyahu. His name got booed in Hostage Square, which makes sense.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh. Okay. Okay. To Prime Minister.
Okay.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, let me just finish my thought. I was in the trenches, guys. Let me just finish my thought. I was in the trenches with the Prime Minister. Believe me, he was a very important part here.
It's going really well.
The Prime Minister and his staff, Ron Dermer included, have both. Okay, okay. Have both sacrificed so much for this country and devoted their lives to the service of Israel.
Who the fuck is this asshole? This is Witkoff, our special envoy to Israel and the world's most dedicated Zionist. You know, he the whole 9 yards. They're God's chosen people. We must serve to ensure the creation of an Israeli state to fulfill the Christian prophecy of rapture. You know, says and does like weirdo Zionist shit. You know, like, remember that one? I forget who it was. Was it that State Department envoy that you know, one of those women who was doing an interview where she was saying like she wished she was born Jewish or something? Like, she was talking up the Jewish people, you know, which is fine, whatever. And then she was like, "Oh, I wish I was Jewish," or some weird shit like that. State Department spokeswoman, yeah. When you're two in the sauce, you know?
Their dedication to the history and
What's up with Ivanka? Ivanka married, how am I blanking his name? Come on, he's the billionaire, I'm blanking his name. Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner, who's done a bunch of shady dealing, multi-billions of dollars with the Saudis, and is one of the, like, agents of U.S. Trump Israeli engagement, you know, extremely corrupt, evil people, etc. They're all like that, whatever. All the Trump, everyone in the fucking orbit, you know, Baron Trump is going to run TikTok. And how do you remember all those names? I think it's pretty clear from watching me that I don't remember all these names, which is precisely why I do the this is why I need the live streams, man. If I was doing the offline segments, every fucking segment would be at least 90 seconds of me going I had an interview with a journalist recently, a local one here, off stream. And I felt so cool because I said I was referencing the interview that Caitlin Collins did on her podcast where she talked about the accessibility of Trump. And I said CNN's Caitlin Collins said in a recent podcast episode, and I felt so cool. I was like, oh my God, I fucking nailed that. It sounded like I have a library of information in my head. And then later I blanked for 20 seconds trying to remember the name of Taylor Swift. I don't even remember why Taylor Swift had come up in the conversation. I was drawing a comparison, but I was like, the blonde lady, she just dropped an album. She's like the biggest pop star in the world. But, you know, it all balances out.
destiny of this nation stands out tonight. They've given everything, their time, their energy, and their hearts, to building a safer, stronger future for the Jewish people. Their commitment to this country has never wavered, and it never will. We thank you. The President thanks you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Trump is also pressuring the president of Israel to pardon Bibi. Yeah. He's done this before. It's not new. Now, here's a character test for you guys. While I go and take a quick piss, will you like and subscribe, or will you leave because you get bored easily? Prove you're not the, ADHD-ridden, Adderall-dependent Zoomers that I think you are. Already did? All right. All right. Oof. This shirt's still a little tight. And it has some stretch. There's not no stretch. It's denim, so it's pretty sturdy. Thank you, Miss Genderlin. Do you not refrigerate your Gatorade? We have had this conversation. I'm not having it again. You need a chain? I agree. I've needed a chain and a watch for a long time. I could see you in the play button reflection. Shit was crazy. Yeah, you can see me on my march back. Can you see me taking a piss up here? Can you see the stream? You can see my butt. I pull my pants down all the way to pee every time, as we all do, and then I stand as far back from the toilet bowl as I can while peeing to like get the long arc. Yes, we all do this. Yeah, of course, of course. From downtown. I gotta clear these tabs or I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, man. Okay, we need to clear these. We need to clear them properly. First of all, this is the image that Time Magazine used for the article covering the ceasefire deal. It's perfect. They hate his ass, man. They hate him. They hate him. They fucking despise him. Oh my god. It's pretty funny. It's pretty fucking funny, man. Trump might not be heaven bound because he didn't let more children die. What? I'm being a little cute. Trump considers if Gaza ceasefire will get him into heaven. Does he mention heaven here? He's been talking about this a lot lately. I think this is just his standing ovation. They love him over there. The clip? I think I've seen the clip. I don't want to look at the clip on Yahoo News. I'm not a Yahoo. Here's it from Ken Klippenstein, who we love, and who is NSPM 7 compliant, I'm told.
You talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven.
You talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this?
You know, people have tried to assign so much meaning to this, and I feel like everyone's missing the Occam's razor answer here, which is that he's doing the same thing every other narcissist does when they're old and they want attention, which is they woe is me. Like, isn't this like a common thing like the narcissistic mom character archetype does? Like, didn't Tony Soprano's mom do this too? Oh, I want to get into heaven. Oh, I'm not getting into heaven. You know, like it's this like, because he even says he's being cute. You know, it's this like, woe is me. You know, assuage my concerns or whatever. I don't know. It's just like an attention bid. Like he's aware of the fact that he's done like bad stuff, but I don't think he cares. It's an attention-seeking thing. Bosch thinks all New Yorkers act the same. SMH. They're New Jerseyites in The Sopranos. How could you get that? How could you make that mistake? How could you mix those up? You think he's lonely? I think that he's terrified of death. That's a really common thing for power-hungry people, you know? Because they know it's the end of all things and that there's nothing you can really do about it. At least for now. Who knows where tech will take us in the future. But for right now, there's nothing you can really do about it. Yeah, they're control freaks. It's the one thing they can't control. You know what else is a really common characteristic among these sociopathic control freaks? They're really, really, really averse to filth. They don't like sickness. They don't like dirt or whatever. Trump is a clean freak, huge clean freak. You know, I don't know how much of that is the power hungry thing and how much of that is like he doesn't drink alcohol. He had a brother who was like an alcoholic who died. But like he is himself, he's very, very, very much a clean freak. Joe Rogan is too. I think Stalin was as well. And Stalin didn't grow up with a silver spoon in his mouth, you know, right? He was wasn't he like middle class by Russian standards? He wasn't like super poor, but he wasn't. He was poor? Oh, okay. I thought he was more like lower middle class. Okay, he wasn't like absolute bottom of the barrel peasantry terms, but okay, it's fine. But my point is, he didn't grow up in an environment where he had the ability to keep everything around him super clean. But as he got older and, you know, became the most powerful person in the Soviet Union, he became a bit of a clean freak. Certainly, he was a control freak. You know, paranoia of people around you betraying you. That was this whole administration can be described that way, don't you think? In Trump's first term, he had to constantly remove people from his cabinet because he thought they were all conspiring against him, which, to be fair, they were. Now, in his second term, he refuses to get rid of anyone, no matter how much they fail him, and they're all desperate to suck up to him. Every presidential cabinet meeting is like a round table where everyone gets to present their, you know, their gift to Trump. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. I just think it's a psychology thing. I don't think that Trump's like feeling remorseful about having done anything bad. I don't think Trump thinks he's done anything bad. I don't think people work that way. Everyone thinks that they're like good on some level. Even those mopey, whiny, depressive people who are like, oh no, I'm a bad person because I don't respond to my friends' text messages fast enough or whatever. They still think they're good people, but like under a layer of sludge that they can't remove, you know, which makes them doubly pathetic, I think. You know what I'm talking about? I don't think human beings are wired to believe that they're bad people. I'm not saying people don't have regrets. I'm saying that people think, like, the fact that you would have a regret about having done something bad is still an indication to yourself that you know it was bad, which means you have the moral compass to have made that judgment. I don't think people think that they're bad. It's just some people, sure, but people are really good at rationalization. I don't think people like Trump have that compass. Probably not. He's definitely a narcissist. What about people like Dajoka? He knows St. Peter got the Epstein list. Well, I don't think he's religious. I don't think Trump is a religious man. I don't think he has that I don't think he has that tendency. Nice. Isn't Trump a Christian or claims to be? He's not a Christian. He claims to be because you need to be to win the Republican vote. He is not, like, once in his life. I think Joe Biden's more religious than Trump. No, Joe Biden's actually a Catholic. Joe Biden every Sunday would go to church. He definitely is a Catholic. Trump has never, ever done or there's no evidence at all of any point in Trump's life of him being religious. Man. Why is this in my tabs? An MSNBC segment.
Joining us now, the Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race,
Vote blue no matter
Zoran Mamdani.
We're talking about important things, Mika.
No,
I found out. Lemire gave me this information.
Lemire is.
I found out he is a commie after all.
Yeah.
He's an Arsenal fan.
I know. That was tough.
Seriously, I'm
guilty on the Arsenal.
And Metsy-ish.
Oh, by the way, it's worth noting, because we haven't covered him as much lately, but overwhelming cultural victory from Mamdani. Basically, everybody has bent the knee. Nobody is paying attention to or taking Cuomo seriously, even after Eric Adams was forced out of the race, though he was forced out after it was too late for his name to be removed from the ballot. But like the fact that he's getting pretty positive coverage on Morning Joe, which is like one of the most right-wing Democrat-aligned, platforms.
The Mets are fine. That's what we like.
As long as it's not the Yankees.
Then it's worse than a comedy, right? So anyway, thank you for being with us. We've got a lot of questions to ask you. I just want to ask them generally. Always ask this question of people that are out campaigning. It's old politician in me, I always found you knock on doors. It takes you about 3 doors to figure out what people are talking about. What are you hearing people talking about more than anything else? When you see them, even people that aren't supporting you, what are they concerned about?
Cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. I've been hearing this since we launched the campaign last October, which is the fact that New York City has become the most expensive city in the United States of America. And I'm hearing from New Yorkers that they can't afford their rent, they can't afford their childcare, their groceries, even $2.90 to ride the bus.
What do they think you can do about it?
Well, what they see is the fact that the mayor has the power.
He's like the perfect version of the shit the Democrats in Congress have been cynically weaponizing for ages, which is they say, don't focus on the culture war issues, go back to the kitchen table issues like the budget. But then their solutions are like, we're going to have a credit for first-time home buyers or some stupid bullshit like that. Not actual transformative change that would make a difference in the long run, The aggregate change of all of Kamala Harris's economic policies would not have even come close to compensating for the cost of living increase over the course of Biden's term. Like at the most, it's stalling. And not even that. I think it's just slowing the rate of everything getting made worse. You need to actually the Democrats think of the kitchen table issues as a way of being moderate and avoiding the radical stuff. Mamdani sees it as a new opportunity to be radical. I think that's the real difference there, It's true. Mamdani doesn't talk about culture war issues that much, mostly because by virtue of having a strong stance in it, which the Democrats don't, he gets to not repeat it over and over. Kamala Harris, the Democrats in Congress, they have to talk about trans people or whatever the fuck, ICE, immigration, so on and so forth, in large part because their answers have been wishy-washy, Are you or are you not in favor of this? What do you believe on this? Da-da-da. For Mamdani, he can just say, no, here is me at a pride rally holding not just a progress flag, but the trans flag specifically. I remember that. That was a really good move there, No one can. So what are you going to do? Bring up trans issues with Mamdani? What do you know what his fucking position is? He's not going to argue with you about it like a loser, There's no hypocrisy holding your feet to the fire. If you bring it up with him, everyone will know you're just wasting your time. You got to talk with him on the issues he's talking about, which is the kitchen table issues, which is affordability, which he sees as an opportunity to be radical in a new direction. You don't distract from one set of issues with the other. You hold firm on one, you focus on what works.
To determine whether rents will rise for more than 2 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized apartments. This mayor increased the rent on those New Yorkers by more than 12%. I've said I would freeze it for 4 years. They also know that...
I'm sorry, somebody linked this and I haven't seen it, so I'd like to take a look. Until It's Done, episode 4, Sylvia Rivera. Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Everyone calls me Sylvia. I've had this name for 9 years. This is respect.
I'm on the Christopher Street Pier, or as it was called in Sylvia Rivera's day, the Christopher Street Docks. In the 1970s, homeless queer New Yorkers had been pushed to the margins of a hostile society. But it was here, on the physical margins of our city, that they found a home. Sylvia was one of those New Yorkers. She arrived here at the age of 11, where she immediately landed in the center of the gay rights movement. She befriended the legendary Marsha P. Johnson, protested at Stonewall, and led marches for equality. But even among the queer community, trans New Yorkers were excluded. Rivera and others were discouraged from walking in pride, their participation erased from Stonewall history.
I believe in us getting our rights, or else I would not be out there fighting for our rights.
This cruelty took a toll. Rivera developed a substance abuse problem and was often homeless. When she had nowhere left to turn, she would sleep here, waves lapping nearby. Yet no matter what hardships she faced, Sylvia Rivera advocated for others. She and Johnson founded STAR to house and feed trans kids. The Christopher Street Pier is like our city, a place of immense contradictions. It's where outsiders found belonging, and it's also where Marsha P. Johnson's body was found, the victim of a suspected murder no one was ever prosecuted for. But even amidst this, we can chart a clear path forward that makes our city inclusive. Since taking office, Donald Trump has waged a scorched earth campaign against trans people. the man with the most power.
It is worth remembering, and pardon me for being optimistic here, but like trans people basically didn't exist in any, like in civilized society up until quite recently. And the degree of prominence and like cultural respect, and I mean respect, that they've received in a very short length of time is pretty extraordinary, you know? And even though we're suffering from like a, you know, fascist backlash to progressivism broadly and anti-trans rhetoric and so on, it hasn't really dislodged trans people from like the cultural consciousness, especially in media, right? Like trans people are still super prominent in a lot of spaces in Hollywood, video games, the music scene. You know what I mean? Like what the fascist wants is not merely to repress trans people politically because, you know, it makes your life more inconvenient. Yeah, that's part of it. What they want is for you to disappear completely. They want you to be removed from the cultural record. They haven't been. They're not. Like it's not working. If nothing else, trans people are too prominent in the minds of people who hate trans people. You can't actually erase trans people from the cultural record when you know, you have like right-wing lunatics on Twitter posting trans chudjacks or whatever. It doesn't actually work. You know what I mean? Like you've only elevated them in hostility, sure, but you're not removing them from the conversation, which means that they remain prominent. I'm not saying that's a sweet deal for trans people or anything. I'm just saying, you know, they're not getting what they want.
Has expended enormous energy targeting those with the least. New York will not sit idly by while trans people are attacked. We'll deploy hundreds of lawyers to combat Trump's hate, make New York City an LGBTQIA+ sanctuary city, and create the Office of LGBTQIA+
You can't put the shit back in the ass.
To allocate millions for youth and adult housing programs, as well as gender-affirming care. We can't bring Sylvia back, but we can honor her memory by building a city where trans New Yorkers are cherished. In a time of darkness, New York must be the light.
He's so good. Sorry, just to be clear, when I said he, I meant Mamdani. I don't want any of you woke lords taking me out of context, okay? The image changing was not, it was a setup. I meant Mamdani.
Childcare after housing is the highest cost for a family in this city. And the previous administration, Bill de Blasio, delivered universal pre-K. This admin has just sat and watched as it's pricing people out. We are going to actually deliver universal childcare.
And how much childcare through what age?
6 weeks to 5 years.
Okay, and how much do you estimate that'll cost?
We've seen estimates of around $6 billion or so.
$6 billion. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so here's the question. I'm a small C conservative.
Honestly, $6 billion is super affordable when you're talking about free childcare for the entirety of New York City. That's like super, super, super affordable. And we're talking about like free childcare is an insane. That's not like a small. That's not like a small policy. That's colossal.
Small government conservative. I believe billionaires should pay their fair share. I also understand.
I would reach across and shake your hand, but it's a big table.
It's a big table, but I also understand there's a delicate balance there. You can't tax billionaires here so much, and you can't tax companies here so much that decide they're going to go to Connecticut or Texas or Florida.
They get taxed if they operate in New York City. No business is going to say, taxes raised slightly in New York City. I will now take my business elsewhere. It's New York City.
So how do you, while people are shouting and screaming that you're a socialist, how do you balance those two competing interests? You got to keep the businesses here. At the same time, you got to fund these programs.
You know, I think one of the first ways is that you think about your
fiscal
fiscal
just go to the
policy
other
and
New
how
York
it'll
City.
actually impact these kinds of corporations. So the proposal we've put forward is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. And now what you're bringing up is, what if that company leaves? Now what we see is with corporate taxes here in New York State, they apply to any business that's doing business here. You could be headquartered in Orlando.
Right.
As long as you're doing business here, you're subject to that tax. And companies are going to keep doing business here because of the fact that
What
it's
about
one of
the
the largest
individual?
economies.
What about the individual taxpayer?
So what we're talking about is raising taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. They make $1 million or more a year by 2%. And what we've seen is that actually the top 1%, they leave at 1/4 the rate of other tax brackets in New York City. And one of the actual determining factors is quality of life.
Yeah, like if you're worried about people fleeing the state because of taxes or because of like money concerns, poor people are much more likely to leave because they can't afford shit, you know? And if all the poor people leave New York City, you hollow out the core of New York City. Like, you don't want New York City to turn into Dubai, right? Where it's just a playground for the wealthy. All the poor people there commuted from New Jersey because no one can afford to live in the city unless they're ultra wealthy or some kind of like rich tourist or whatever. And all the culture of the city is hollowed out. New York City is a cultural juggernaut. It's not just like a big wealthy playground. New York City, like, I feel bad for the people who live in Manhattan because all of Manhattan gets treated the way every downtown gets treated in America, which is people treat it like it's not a place where people live. It's just a place for like suburban families to drive into, to park at a parking lot and go to the mall or whatever. All of Manhattan is a mall, but people live in Manhattan, like a bajillion people, you know?
And this is at the heart of our vision for government, is to deliver the best quality of life in this country, that every New Yorker knows that for any dollar they're taxed, it's getting an ROI that they have not yet seen in this city, one that is going to transform what it means to be safe, what it means to live in a city that's clean, and also what it means to live in a city that takes care of your basic needs.
So here's what I found about New Yorkers, and even a liberal New Yorkers.
Why did Dems not say this? They're in bed with the elite.
I found this through the years. They like to talk about how liberal and how progressive they are, but if quality of life issues start slipping, they suddenly become very Republican, and they become very conservative. So I think this is something...
Like how Mamdani's face here, hold on.
And they become very conservative.
Mamdani internally is like, well, yeah, these people are evil. These people are enemies of America. Yeah, continue.
So I think this is something Bill de Blasio, a progressive, even understood. Crime fell to the lowest number. It's been, New York Times said, my God, we have to go back to the 1950s to even guess when it's been this safe in New York City. A lot of people are afraid if they elect you, you're going to take your eye off the ball on making New York a safer place.
What was this pivot that he just did? What was this pivot? I thought we were talking about taxes. Now we're talking about the crime rate. What?
You're going to be hostile towards the police. You're going to change the police commissioner. What do you tell those people who are concerned about safety, quality of life issues?
Hey, you know what's going to make New York City a lot safer? Providing proper funding to services that help poor people and homeless people, you know? For one, New York City is already very safe. Right now, New York City is extremely safe. It is. If you disagree, you have to look at the data. I'm sorry, I can't argue with your delusions. But like, if what you mean by safety is you shouldn't have to have homeless people staring at you weirdly on the subway, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've been in New York City. I was there for a week, and there were a lot of, pardon me for the dehumanizing language, kind of shambly looking people. You know, they were a little, not just homeless, but, you know, I get it, okay? This is what happens when you neglect the portion of the population to the point that basically all of them develop mental illness and drug dependency issues. This is fixable, you know? You just have to spend money on it.
Homelessness, people that don't think, liberals don't think it's progressive for somebody who's mentally ill to be sleeping on a grate when it's 4 degrees below zero.
Let's be clear, it's not progressive for that. And quality of life actually has to be at the heart of any progressive politics. And public safety will be the cornerstone for delivering our affordability.
My mom says, like, New York City is unsafe and stuff. Why would you want to live there? And I, for some reason, have to remind her, you're living in motherfucking St. Louis. Yeah, to the fact that, like, seriously, it's unbelievable to me how much people are susceptible to propaganda. St. Louis is one of the most dangerous cities in the United States. I think it's like number 2 or 3 or something. New York City is nowhere near the top, not even close.
Agenda. And this, what we've seen right now is...
So you're saying you're putting public safety as job number 1.
It is a critical focus.
You make the community safer when you decrease inequality. When poor people have their provisions taken care of, and they don't have to turn to crime, and they're not as susceptible to drugs, and the homelessness epidemic is dealt with because there are treatment programs and so on and so forth, you make it better. It is not a coincidence that the crime rate in America, all over America, skyrocketed in tandem with our level of economic inequality. Seriously, the 1980s, it wasn't just crack cocaine. A lot of it was also a direct consequence of the gutting of social programs, of federal expenditure, and so on, Reagan, so on and so forth. Bosch, we don't have the money for it, bro. We're spending money we don't have. What are you talking about? This is New York City. This is a municipal budget. It has nothing to do with the federal debt. Also, you could get the money if you tax the money.
Workers say, absolutely, making sure that when kids walk to school, they can walk there safely. When they're in school, absolutely. You like cops.
Look, yes,
you like police officers.
Jesus Christ, fucking fealty you have to demonstrate to the NYPD as a mayor.
Police officers are going to be the ones we partner with to deliver public safety. And I just want to say a few things, which is that when you ask New Yorkers, where do they feel least safe? They'll often tell you, when they're using public transit. They'll say, when I'm on the subway, when I'm in the train, I'll see a homelessness crisis, a mental health crisis, and we've asked cops to be responsible for these crises, whereas their jobs should really be focusing on serious crimes. And so our vision is allow officers to focus on shootings and murders and the serious crimes that we know New Yorkers are concerned about, and have a Department of Community Safety that deals with the mental health crisis, that deals with homelessness, that actually deploys dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers to the 100 subway stations with the highest rates of these incidents to take those New Yorkers out of the system.
Why is he bending the knee regarding cops? He's not. He's cleverly using rhetoric that tries to appeal to the largest number of people possible, which is what you have to do if you're a politician. He's doing a good job of it, too.
Subway and connect them with the services that they need. That's how we're going to deliver.
And if they stay in that subway, if it's the same person day in, day out in that subway,
doing what?
Will give them the authority.
Doing what? Doing what? Why are we like what? Just a person in the subway doing what?
To make sure they're taken out of the subway.
Yes, this is the focus of the Department of Community Safety, is to connect them with services. And if, after we exhaust each and every issue, involuntary confinement is there, but it should be a last resort of what we do.
So a defining theme for the next mayor will be the relationship with the White House and President Trump. And Trump and White House officials seem to be salivating at the idea of you winning. We've heard from the president saying, we can't have a socialist.
So you've got that in common with President Trump.
There you go. So what would there's threats to cut funding. There are threats to send in the National Guard, a la what we've seen in Chicago. If the White House tries to do those things and you're mayor, what's the response?
What we're already seeing is a White House that is engaging.
ICE would not set up well in New York, man. ICE is facing a fuck ton of pushback, not even in Chicago right now. They're getting protested at Broadview, an hour outside of Chicago. All of those scenes of protests where you've seen in the news where, Chicago protest against ICE, against federal officers, that's in Broadview. It's an hour out. You setting up like a massive federal push in New York would not go very well at all.
In the political persecution of its perceived enemies, right? We're seeing that whether we're talking about Attorney General Tish James, whether we're talking about others across this country. And what is so enraging for so many in this city is that Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on the punishment of his political enemies, he ran on easing the cost of living crisis, and he ran on engaging in a program of mass deportation. It's that second promise of the cost of living crisis that brought so many to his campaign, and yet he's unable and unwilling to deliver on that because he's beholden to the very billionaires that are profiting off of that crisis. So what he's doing is focusing entirely on this agenda of punishment and cruelty. And what I would do is to actually stand up for New Yorkers. And what I mean by that is you can see in this race right now.
This is true, and it's also an extremely good line that people, Democrats broadly, need to repeat. Trump promised a lot of stuff, but now that he's in office, all he has to talk about is more cruelty. That's it. That's the only thing his administration focuses on day to day. More and more over-the-top cruelty, more and more, Stephen Miller going on the news to let slip that he's the one directing ICE, That's the only thing he talks about. The administration is completely given up on talking about lowering costs. They don't even push it themselves. The Trump administration did a deal with AstraZeneca, like just a couple of days ago, talking about Trump MD lowering pharmaceutical costs. Nobody's talking about it because everyone recognizes it for what it is, right? A big stupid grift. Remember when Trump threatened additional 100% tariffs on China? You know, he walked that back. You know what he walked that back with? He literally tweeted, and I'm not joking here, essentially, oopsie, just got a little heated. I like China, want to make it good, not bad. DJT out. Meanwhile, in the market rebound that happened as a consequence of those two tweets, a couple of private crypto accounts made hundreds of millions of dollars by essentially shorting the market or anticipating a bump that nobody should have been able to anticipate. Somebody close to him just said, hey, can you tweet this? Then a day later tweet that. And they made $100 million.
The other candidate that is running for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. He released a statement yesterday speaking about this indictment of Attorney General James. He couldn't even name her. He couldn't even name Donald Trump. And he couldn't do those things because he knows that his narrow path to City Hall is paved by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House. And Donald Trump's getting a good return on his investment right now because he's seeing a mayoral candidate, a former governor, unwilling to lift a finger when we see this unprecedented attack, not just on our democracy, but on an attorney general whose only crime is standing up for the people of New York.
So the mayor of Chicago and the governor there have said they would not be supportive of sending the National Guard to help ICE agents with their actions in their city. And that what they got was the President Trump calling for their jailing. If he calls for the same thing here, using the Guard for ICE agents, what would you do from City Hall?
Yeah.
You know, I would first of all agree with Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who has made clear that there's no need to deploy the National Guard here in New York City, not for safety, not for security. We trust the NYPD to be in charge of delivering that very thing. And I don't even have to think about the hypothetical of what Donald Trump will.
He's so fucking smart, dude. We trust the NYPD to handle this. It sounds like he's just glazing the police, but what he's actually doing is reinforcing the police versus ICE dynamic, that any incursion by ICE is an implicit insult to and threat against the NYPD. He's so fucking good at this, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Call for me because he's already called for me to be deported. He's already called for me to be denaturalized. He's already called for me to be arrested. And these are the kinds of threats that we know we will have to walk through to defend the people of this city. And I'm prepared to do that.
Would you keep Commissioner Tisch?
I've said that I'm actively considering it. And the reason that I am is that I appreciate her swift and decisive action of uprooting corruption from the upper echelons of the PD and also presiding over a historic drop in crime across the city.
I'm curious.
Makes sense too. You might want to keep the current commissioner because anyone you appoint might not be trusted by the NYPD. If you think you can get along with the existing commissioner, you might be able to get better control out of the NYPD than if you forced a new, more compliant one in, because they might not be respected enough to be able to control the department.
So are you 33?
But I'm about to be 34.
About to be 34.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm only
Every day I get
4 years
older.
older than you. Okay, so I'm curious who you'd surround yourself with, and also past 5 or 10 governors, mayors of this city. Whose administration, whose leadership would you model yourself most after? Or just who do you think was one of the better?
You seem to criticize AOC for not being hard enough for the Democrats, but it seems as if he and her are kind of the same page. I think there are critical differences. The first of which being that he's still running, whereas AOC has been in office in an incredibly safe seat that she could keep winning for the rest of her life. Also, I think that a lot of Mamdani's battle with the establishment Democrats, he's been able to wage implicitly by being this massive cultural force and by throwing into contrast the Democratic leaders who are not willing to bend the knee and endorse him, right? And he's been successful in doing so. AOC just implicitly or explicitly doesn't really speak against the Democrats. And there are some capitulations she's engaged in that I just, but she should be aspiring for higher office. Well, she would win in a Senate race for sure, but still, she needs to be critical of the Democrats. I think that Zoran is critical of I think that if you are a fan of Zoran, it is very, very obvious that you should hate establishment Democrats. I don't think the same is the case for AOC. I think you see it in their fan bases. In Zoran's fan base, you see like an overwhelming discontent with the status quo Democrats, but in AOC's fan base, you see a much broader, like, normie Democrat coalition full of people who aren't, like, maybe fans of Schumer, but they're not outright hostile against the Democrats, which I feel like they should be.
Mayors of the past 5 to 10?
So to your first question, I would surround myself with the best and the brightest. And that means hiring people on the basis of excellence, of merit, of actual track record of results.
And by the way, people who tell you no?
Yes.
Because are you good with people who tell you no?
Team of rivals?
Absolutely. You cannot have a team that is characterized by the quickness with which they say yes to an idea. You have to have a team that ensures that when you're privately discussing an idea, you're picking at the strengths and the weaknesses, not one that is just trying to usher it into public. And so that's been a focus of how we're thinking about who we're going to appoint, who we're going to hire, people that can deliver, not the basis of identity or ideology, but results and their track record. And when I look at the mayors of the last few administrations, I find pieces of inspiration, frankly, across all of them.
How they ran government.
Yes, you know, I will say, when we look at even someone like Rudy Giuliani, right, who I have many critiques of, I admire the fact that he made public transit free with the Staten Island Ferry. When we look at Mayor Bloomberg, he presided over 850 acres of new green space. He presided over a transformation of the streetscape of the city and a focus on delivery of service that has sometimes been lacking. Bill de Blasio delivered universal pre-K, which is something that took an immense amount of strain off of the backs of so many working class families, and even Mayor Adams, for whom I have no shortage of critiques. His proposal to bring forth City of Yes, which will increase housing production across the city, that's something that deserves to be built on.
So we have people that come on the show that are very concerned about you as far as your relationship with Jewish voters in New York City.
Oh, you mean the Jewish voters who praised him and voted for him overwhelmingly? Those ones? Okay, yeah.
That there's like this simmering anti-Semitism. I know months ago you were asked about 1,000 different ways and times to something about globalizing the intifada. Do you condemn that statement? What do you say to those who believe that you're going to be, if you're mayor, you will, if not be openly hostile to Jews in New York City, at least you will not be as sensitive to their concerns about that? And you see this. I mean, you go around New York City, and if they're kids at a Jewish school, there have to be armed guards outside all the time. There's constant threats. What do you say to them that say we can't have him in there?
Does he rehearse every point that could be made before the mirror? Like, how is he able to make up his points? He's not making anything up. He practices and he rehearses. None of this is ad-libbed.
Anti-Semitic.
You know, first of all, to be clear, not only am I not anti-Semitic, but there's no place for anti-Semitism in this city, this state, this country, or this world. And just yesterday, I was with a number of rabbis in Williamsburg. We were celebrating Sukkot. And as I was there, one of the rabbis who was sitting alongside me was the same man who had told me months ago of how for decades he had left his door open in New York City. And in these last few years, he started to lock it out of a fear of rising anti-Semitism. And my job is not only to protect Jewish New Yorkers across the city, but it's also to cherish those same New Yorkers. So it doesn't just mean increasing funding for anti-hate crime prevention programming by 800%. It doesn't just mean sustaining and increasing police presence outside of synagogues on high holy days so that Jewish New Yorkers can worship without fear. It also means ensuring that we're embracing a curriculum. We have a curriculum here in New York City called Hidden Voices that celebrates the breadth and the beauty of Jewish life. It has to be implemented across our entire system. And what I've found is that too often we're allowing these moments of support, these moments of protection to be based on who you know. A rabbi calls me on Yom Kippur, says, can you send more police to the synagogue? I make the call. That rabbi shouldn't have to make that call to me. It should be something that he knows is there.
Let me ask you also, in this age of growing anti-Muslim rhetoric,
we believe in that here, do we? Oh, I'm actually a little bit impressed that we remembered that existed.
In this city, what do you do to protect them again and the quote others against growing stem of hate crimes?
I think the first thing is a recognition that this is a city for all of us. This is a city where all of us belong. I would be the first Muslim mayor in New York City's history, and it would be an illustration of the fact that anyone, no matter where they're from, no matter their faith, no matter which borough, that they too could lead this city. And what I've heard from Muslim New Yorkers is a fear about what it means to be Muslim in public, and I can relate to that because I've faced that myself over the course of this campaign, where There was a man from Texas that was recently arraigned in Queens for making death threats on myself and my family. He said
I really hope he's able to stick the landing with the actual mayorship. I just know that a large portion of the online left is going to abandon him because he, like, I don't know, praises the NYPD, which he has to as a mayor or something. You know, there was a big lefty Twitter account that's been, like, rabidly anti-Mamdani lately, to the point where they were making up a quote from him. Like, they made up a quote. They put a quote over his face, and the quote said, like, it would be Trump-like to arrest Netanyahu or something. Because Mamdani said that he would direct the NYPD to arrest Netanyahu if he ever landed in NYC. But they were making up that he'd walked back on that and made up a quote. Inhumans of capitalism. Yeah, that one. Was it the squirrel? No, it wasn't the squirrel.
wanted an IDF bullet to go through
I mean, maybe her also. I don't know. She is deranged.
Skull. There have been threats of the kind that I now have to walk around with a security detail, but none of it will dissuade me from moving through the city that I love, because that's what it means to stand up to the kind of rhetoric and the politics we've seen across this country. It's believing in people across the city.
Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race, Zoran Mamdani. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
See you soon.
And by the way, Mika, for those who say he's too young,
yeah,
he's going to turn 34. So
yeah, come on.
Come on, baby.
We got 8 days.
Exactly.
Actually, honestly, a really, really good interview. Like, he pretty much fucking nailed it here. And positive coverage in Morning Joe is a big deal. You know? Like, Morning Joe is like a fucking fortress of people who you'd think would continue to be negatively inclined. I saw a decent-sized lefty account say they don't like Zoran anymore because they're liberal family members like Mamdani now. These people are such traitors to the cause, man. It's so, like, awful how they don't give a fuck about any of the marginalized people or poor people they claim to care about. It's all about being an edgy contrarian for them. The moment you get the opportunity, you get close enough to power to make a difference, and they're like, not cool anymore. Goodbye. They love losing. Yeah, they love losing because they love whining. And you're not accountable to your ideas if you're in power. In that way, they're pretty similar to the Democrats, to be honest. You know? Democrats also like losing because they get to whine from outside the seat of power. Barry Weiss did her first hit job at CBS against Zoran. Some NYPD officers worry about Mamdani becoming the NYC mayor, the Free Press reports. The Free Press? I like how she's also fucking advertising her partisan blog in the title here. This would be like fucking John Breitbart buying CNN, and then the next day CNN runs an article. Breitbart claims Mamdani is well, thankfully, nobody watches this this garbage anyway. The original version of this headline had his name spelled wrong. Mandani. That's funny. He did kind of walk back the arresting Netanyahu thing. Well, it's not going to happen either way, but what did he say?
And Mayor Mamdani, would you welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City for whatever he comes for, given...
By the way, I should note that, like, the idea of hinging the viability of Mamdani's candidacy on whether or not he would direct the New York City Police Department to arrest Netanyahu is the most, like, virtue signal politics, fake lefty bullshit I've ever heard of in my life. Like, ignore everything about being the mayor of New York. In the incredibly unlikely event of Netanyahu landing in a place where there's a high likelihood of him getting arrested, what are the odds that you would, you know, the NYPD, it's not even like a local jurisdiction thing. Like, what are the NYPD going to arrest and charge him with? I don't know the logistics here, but it's such a, like, wow, you spelled America with a C and not 3 Ks? Some lefty you are. It's just such a fucking virtue signal.
The US is not a signatory to the ICC, so he can travel to the US, unlike a lot of other countries. Would a Mayor Mamdani welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to the city?
No. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also.
Even though the US is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration.
Is the plan still to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to New York City with Donald Trump as his human shield?
Look, I think I want to just first give us the context of this, right?
Wait, what? Series? Wait. Oh my God, this is so dishonest. This video is meant to juxtapose the two responses that he's made over time, but they cut out. Zoran proceeds to film. What the fuck? Dude, these people are so dishonest. Oh my God. To play the answer.
There is that deep sense of the contradiction.
This is, you literally cut minutes out of the answer.
In our politics.
So you as mayor of New York want to hold him to account?
And that is the importance of this city, is to showcase a model of what politics could be, and to showcase that we are a city that believes in international law. Now, look, to be clear, I'm going to operate within the bounds of the law. I'm not Donald Trump seeking to create my own, legal system as I make my own decisions.
How is that? Even with missing 2 minutes of context, how is this? Wait, I'm sorry. Did people think that Zoran meant he would invent his own law and arrest Netanyahu on no charges? What the fuck, man? These people are so unserious. None of these mentally ill, fake lefty Twitter tryhards give a shit about improving the life conditions of anyone. They don't care. They're not an ally to the proletariat. They don't read theory. They don't believe in anything. They just like being perma-outsider contrarians who always have a smug word to say about anyone they perceive in power. They're jealous of Zoran because he's better than them in every way, and he achieves seemingly effortlessly the level of personal power and prestige they fantasize about every night before they cry themselves to sleep. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It denigrates. Frankly, even me looking at this is an insult to the left. Like this would be like I'm giving them a bad picture, It'd be like me doing the Blair White thing of like, well, let's look at what trans women are up to, and then I find like the worst trans woman, and I let the implication of this being a broader tendency settle. Most lefties are not like this, guys. The vast majority of left-leaning people, online or offline, are real human beings and not these fake internet contrarians. You don't need to let your perspective be distorted, okay? Most people with blue hair are nice people, I assume. The cut to the mucho texto is very funny. Not gonna lie, it is particularly funny that they would try to make that as an example of Mamdani waffling, but like, I don't know, man. Anyone with any credibility or good sense at all looking at that would immediately be able to tell that it was not created honestly. Like, here's the juxtaposition, cuts away to text saying, yeah, and then he rambled on for a while. It's fucking... It's so fucking annoying that Stephanopoulos is getting a bunch of credit for just asking JD Vance the same question 3 times in a row. Like, this is how far the bar has fallen. Retweet if you stand with George Stephanopoulos against JD Vance. I would never stand with a Greek. Hey, I'm Greek. Give me money. Aren't you guys at fault for all of Western civilization? So you guys invented racism then. Protect Kamala Harris. Fuck these people. Disavow Trump 20. You're vindicated once again, Vosh? Wait, hold on. You're vindicated once again, Vosh? A lot of the permits for No Kings protests got aid for by them billionaires? Huh? This is the free press. Why are you linking the free press? Are you being serious right now? We were literally just shit-talking Barry Weiss. Why the fuck are you linking the Free Press? What is with you people today? Inside the Trump resistance funded by the ultra-wealthy? Are we fucking joking? The ultra-wealthy, the oligarchs, are literally parading around the White House every day, gloating about how much money they're making from the open corruption they're engaging in. Are we fucking joking with this? Anti-Trump groups like Families Over Billionaires present themselves as grassroots campaigns for ordinary Americans. The truth is very different. Wait, this is from earlier in the year. Who linked this? Who linked this? Who linked it? Check the logs, bro. I don't want to scroll up that far. The arrived Hussars. It was me, sorry. I'm sorry. Are you sorry, the arrived Hussars? Are you? The Free fucking Press? Yes, I am. Okay, I believe you. Full clip of the Mehdi interview if you want to see his answer. No, I don't really care. Like, it's not going to happen. Netanyahu is not going to land in New York City and prompt the arrest, potentially, and there's nothing the NYPD could charge. What would they charge him with? On what authority could the NYPD... It was always a virtue signal, you know? There are lots of things Mamdani could do to make his stay unpleasant, though, I imagine, as a mayor. You know, I don't know what that would actually amount to, but it's a virtue signal. It doesn't have anything to do... What do we think? That would stop Netanyahu? Like, that would put an end to the genocide? So it was a virtue signal from Zaran? Yes. One that, in my opinion, largely appealed to politically unaware and stupid people. But yeah, obviously. What do you think would happen there? What would the NYPD... What would a city level, a municipal prosecutor be able to charge Netanyahu with? You think he wouldn't immediately get out if he was arrested? Look, it was a virtue signal for a good virtue. I support the virtue, but no, of course that couldn't have happened. Even if Mamdani wanted to be dictatorial and, like, arrest him but don't provide a charge, just put him in a cell, okay, he'd be out the next day. He's a world leader. It's not... I mean, he can detain him till Interpol grab him. Interpol doesn't have authority in America. They don't have a jurisdiction there. Did the Gaza deal actually work? We'll have to see. But, like, the point being here is, like, I understand that, like, Mamdani doesn't really have power over international policy. That's just not something that he can really do, you know? What matters to me is that he's firmly anti-Zionist, which he is, and he has been very consistent on that point. And anyone who thinks otherwise is delusional and needs to, like, check where they're getting their sources from. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Law doesn't exist anymore. Respectfully, don't be stupid. That's not how it works. Want to hate farmers even more? Look, the problem with channels like this, I know for a fact they're gonna, like, already start critical of farmers, and it kind of undercuts my work, you know? Like, how am I supposed to make fun of the farmers if people are already making fun of the farmers? Do you think it was a mistake for him to say that multiple times? I don't know. It seems to me like, and again, this is going to come across a little bit mean, but anyone stupid enough to think that a New York City mayor has the ability to arrest foreign heads of state and like in any meaningful way, it would probably not understand any nuanced answer he gave. Like, if he said, well, I mean, I could theoretically invent a charge for him to be arrested on, but my jurisdiction is limited in that regard, and even then he has a wide range of immunities that would protect him from any kind of long-term prosecution, and so on and so forth. I think that by that point, most people would tune out to that, you know.
lawyers. They really liked H2A because once people were there, they were there and they could.
Yeah, I don't care about this. I don't want to watch other people say farmers are dumb. Who gives a shit? I want to say farmers are dumb. You're literally taking the work away from me, you know? Holy ADHD. It's not ADHD. They're completely different experiences. It's like me saying I like rock climbing, then somebody being like, check this out. And it's a video watching other person rock climb. And it's like, okay. Like, those are two completely different things. It's not the same. Yeah, you're stealing my job, my hardworking American job. It's a great video. I don't care if the video is great. There's a difference between watching other people criticize farmers and me criticizing farmers. I enjoy being really mean to them. It's more than that, though. It's her saying they want slavery back. Okay, I don't care. I want to say they want slavery back. What about this is difficult? Do you lack empathy? Do you lack like a theory of mind? What about this is difficult for you to comprehend? That there's a difference. I'm the streamer. I'm the one streamer. I'm the one streaming. I stream. Me stream. Me stream. Not stream. Video. Not stream. Me stream. Me alpha. Me leader. Ooh. Maybe YouTube chat is more autistic than VGG. Sorry, I just took a look. I knew all along. Explain? Nah. I'll let it float. Like a poop on the water. There was a coup in Madagascar. Yeah, sorry about that. Madagascar's president has left the country after Gen Z protests. No, now he'll be susceptible to the plague. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Sorry, I don't know shit about that. I don't want to give that like half-ass coverage. Plague Inc. reference? Yeah, just a little indie gem. I imagine most of you haven't played it. All right. I finally cleared all the tabs. It took a little while. What the fuck did I put in the title today? Dude, I hate the new YouTube Stream Studio Manager thing. Holy shit. Hey, Vance, Israeli hostages. I misspelled Israeli in the title. None of you let me know. Thank you. World leaders. I covered the title and I covered the tabs. Oh, I don't want to end stream yet. I'm not done streaming. I'm not done. What the hell? Productive day, TTS Hades. I don't really want to play games, though. Speaker Johnson warns the government shutdown could be the longest ever. Man, he really does not want to release those Epstein files. They must be crazy, dude. The way I assume the Epstein files, like, if they were released, would either be censored or there'd be enough, like, mess in there that it would all kind of blur together, or maybe it would just be sort of like a confirmation of stuff we already know. The Epstein files definitely have 4K video footage of Trump, you know, getting down to town with a lot of people. They really do not want this shit released. Mike Johnson predicted Monday the federal government shutdown may become the longest in history, saying he won't negotiate with Democrats till they hit pause and their healthcare demands reopen. Brilliant move. Brilliant move, Mike Johnson. Yeah, the shutdown is the Democrats' fault. Anyway, I'm not going to negotiate with them until they do something. Real smart. Masterful gambit, sir. Really shifting the blame there. He's so bad. I really do feel like he's been flubbing with this one. I really genuinely do. I think that for the most part, he's a very slick liar. They all have a different style of lying, don't they? JD Vance is bad at it because he tries to like outwit you. Trump just says shit. I don't even think he thinks he's lying. Mike Johnson acts like a used car salesman, you know, or like a slick huckster, like a snake oil salesman, maybe, you know, where he's like, and he's smiling because he can't contain his glee at the idea of getting, you know, of doing his huckster routine on you. But he's like competent in the delivery. Yeah, very slimy, very slimy. Hold on, I want to see the his recent press conference, if I may. If I may. It's from earlier today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here at the Capitol this morning on a holiday, no less. This is certainly a
holiday. Holiday. What day is it? Hello? Holiday? Columbus Day? Wow, nobody gives a shit about that. Huh? Wait, if it's fucking... It's Indigenous Peoples Day. I've got, like, Native American shit. Wait, hold on. Wait. What do I have? Man, I wish I had one of those wonderful, like, Ralph Lauren Kawichans. One of the shit that they collab with Naomi Glasses. Yeah, let me get my red face paint and my feather hat. Hold on. Where is it? I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had my necklace, my nice turquoise necklace over there, but I don't. I don't know where it is. It's a nice. Maybe it's over here? Sorry, guys. Well, I hope I find it sometime soon.
a big day in world history, and once again, we see a split screen. Across the globe, we've all watched it early this morning as President Trump made his triumphant speech at the Knesset, and now he heads to the peace summit of world leaders in Egypt. I think that will be happening within the next half hour. Thanks to President Trump, today marks the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
Shut the fuck up.
Or even tried and failed. Time and again, President Trump is demonstrating as a ransom for ending the shutdown. Not our talking
Here we go.
air traffic controllers and all the rest. The Senate Democrats then voted that down, and you see now 8 times total in Congress, Republicans have voted to keep the government open, and Democrats have voted to close it, period, end of sentence. And why did they do this? Because they want to spend $1.5 trillion in new taxpayer-funded spending as a ransom for ending the shutdown. Not our talking points, this is in the record, and they filed it. No matter how they twist it, this is a clean, nonpartisan CR. It does not include new spending. It does not include partisan strings attached at all. And this is something, as we have pointed out over and over, that Democrats have supported repeatedly. In fact, 13 different times during the Biden administration. Even the liberal New York Times admits the obvious truth here. You have leaders on the Democrat side like Jay Johnson, who spoke out this week and said, end it, open the government, and then have these negotiations.
Directed at who?
We were always planning to do that, to negotiate on the other issues. Again, we have to be very clear, the shutdown did not have to happen, but every American needs to understand why it did. And I'll reiterate, I'll summarize for you very briefly again what happened. It happened because while Republicans are working to ensure the American people are taken care of, Democrats are playing a political game. Unlike 2013.
Has Grijalva been sworn in yet? Nope. Still refusing to swear in a Democratic congresswoman, which is kind of like a political crisis in and of itself.
The Democrat Party is utterly rudderless. There have been times in the past where there were shutdowns. Democrats today have no leader, no vision, no direction.
That's true.
The party's at their lowest point in decades in terms of public opinion polls. And so they threw this Hail Mary pass. Chuck Schumer knows this. He reads the polls religiously. He knows his party is furious with him for doing the right thing back in March when he helped to pass a clean CR and avert a government shutdown. It was the right thing to do. He said so himself emphatically on the Senate floor. And that bill he supported is nearly identical to what we're offering today. The only thing that's changed is his personal political calculation. His consultants and his pollsters have told him he needs to show a fight to President Trump, even if it means hurting millions of American families. So that is exactly what Chuck Schumer is doing. He's determined that his own political survival is worth the irreversible harm he's inflicting on the American people. He's gambling with people's lives and livelihoods to appease the far-left Marxist base of his party so that he can keep his job. And make no mistake, this is bigger than Chuck Schumer. Democrats are terrified of their radical Marxist base. The ones who have been here for a while, kind of your father, your grandfather's Democrat Party, the remnant of those folks who are still here in the halls, they're terrified to show any.
There was a recent poll here. By recent, I mean it came out 4 days ago, that I think is pretty interesting, which is slightly more people blame Republicans than Democrats for the shutdown. And do keep in mind, that is with every Republican, even using the apparatuses of the government to blame Democrats, right? Violating the Hatch Act, the White House, all of the branches of government. Airports are running like Kristi Noem videos, like they're just complete flagrant violations of the Hatch Act over and over and over again. But interestingly, and this is, again, a consequence of Republican mixed messaging, some 39% of Democrats said they were very concerned about the shutdown, while only 12% of Republicans said the same. See, the problem here is that Republicans are stupid, reflexively anti-government, and have been primed with propaganda about how the Trump administration is going to use this as an excuse to cut unnecessary jobs, which they've backed off on, by the way. They're not doing that. They're not really doing that. So Republicans don't even seem to understand what the deal is. So it's pretty difficult to get your base really gelled up about this conflict when you haven't even cemented in their minds the idea that this is bad in the first place. Only 12% are very concerned about the shutdown. 12% of Republicans. That is insane. No?
Willingness to work with Republicans or to work with President Trump, even when that would clearly benefit the American people.
More and more airports are refusing to run Noam's insane video.
Hi, I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe.
You can really tell they fired all the gay people from the administration because all of these little government video briefs they put out look fucking awful.
However, Democrats in Congress refuse.
Like this looks like public access television, you know? This looks like a municipal. This is a member of the presidential cabinet.
To fund the federal government. And because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
SeaTac Airport won't play video of Kristi Noem blaming Democrats. Nice. Happy to be proud of my my local airport. A Port of Seattle spokesperson shared a statement with King 5. The Port of Seattle will not play the video on its screens at SEA Airport due to the political nature of the content. We continue to urge bipartisan efforts to end the shutdown. Da-da-da. Nice. Airports being one of the last bastions of democracy. I don't know about that. It's a shit show out there. Other airports across the country have reported some impacts, including the Burbank Airport, which was without air traffic control for a period of 6 hours. Ooh. I don't like that one. Ooh, that thought makes my tummy hurt.
And everybody sees right through this. Meanwhile, Republicans are governing with common sense. In just the first 9 months of unified Republican leadership, we've cut taxes for hardworking American families. We ended the border crisis. We're ending the crime crisis. We're rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and now bringing an end to conflicts around the globe. And what have Democrats done? Nothing but distract. Now, I'll end on one very important note. Ending this shutdown is not a one-party exercise. Republicans do have control of Congress, quote unquote, but it still takes 60 votes to pass a funding bill in the Senate. All of this is the way the founders intended the process to work. Any Democrats who suggest otherwise are willfully misleading the American people. Chuck Schumer gave a speech on the Senate floor, I think it was on Friday, looks right into the camera.
You have refused to negotiate. You have boasted that you refuse to negotiate. That makes it entirely your fault. The Democrats have tried to negotiate. You have not negotiated. That's all there is to it. You're not even pretending to care.
And said Republicans are in control and this is all on them. He knows full well that it takes 60 votes and we only have 53 Republicans in the Senate. There's already a bipartisan majority in the Senate that supports our clean CR. There are two Democrats and one independent who caucuses with Democrats, 3 Democrat votes total who have gone along with Republicans and using common sense to keep the government open. We need 5 Senate Democrats now to break ranks and do the right thing. The only ransom here is the $1.5 trillion that Chuck Schumer is demanding from the American people. And you've all heard our Democrat colleagues demand that Republicans come to the table to negotiate. But as I've said time and time again, I don't have anything to negotiate with.
You can't keep... The reason they keep insisting that they're not negotiating is because it's like the strongman position. Why would we big, strong Republicans who run the government need to negotiate with these weak socialist Democrats? But then at the same time, they're like, well, the Democrats are being obstructionist. You are the ones not negotiating.
We don't have any partisan policy riders that I can remove from the funding bill because Republicans didn't include any. It is a truly clean, nonpartisan short-term CR. They don't really want a negotiation. It's just a talking point. They're not interested in negotiation. Again, look at their counter proposal. $1.5 trillion in new spending, $200 billion to use hard-earned taxpayer dollars to fund health care and other benefits for illegal aliens and non-citizens. And they want to give $500 million to liberal news outlets, to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, while cutting $50 billion from rural hospitals. These are not serious measures. They're not serious counter proposals, and they know that. They know they can't tell voters. The Senate Democrats cannot tell voters that they're willing to hold hostage funding for the nutrition of women, infants, and children in exchange.
Like you give a fuck. Man, is anyone else really surprised that Schumer's held on for this long? Like genuinely, he's such a spineless wretch. I can't believe. Yeah.
For restoring health care to illegal aliens. So they want to do this behind closed doors. And you've heard Chuck Schumer say breathlessly, I just want the 4 leaders to get in a back room and make a deal. We're not doing that. We're not doing that anymore. We're getting back to regular order, and it's infuriating that that's what he continues to demand.
Literally just back and forth over and over and over again. They're being obstructionist. We're not going to negotiate with them. We want the government to get back on track, but we're not going to do the thing that would get the government back on track. We're not going to negotiate the end of the shutdown. We just want things to go back to normal, which would require the end of the shutdown, which we would need to get the Democrats' approval for, but we're not going to talk to them. Oh my God. Maybe we don't need a federal government.
Before Democrats recklessly shut down the government, Republicans and Democrats were engaged in responsible, open, bipartisan negotiations on the appropriations process. Republicans are eager to return to the actual negotiating table, to finish out full-year appropriations and do work on all the other matters before us, but we won't negotiate in smoke-filled back rooms, and we won't negotiate as hostages. Democrats in the Senate have been around a long time, and they'll remember this important plea, and I'll leave you with this thought. Listen closely to what I say here. Quote, there's only one way out of this reckless and damaging shutdown. Pass a budget that funds our government with no partisan strings attached. The American people don't get to demand ransom in exchange for doing their job. Neither does Congress. They don't get to hold our democracy or our economy hostage.
This makes Schumer's betrayal in the last funding bill more rage-inducing because his argument for voting for it was because he thought Trump would fire people with a government shutdown. What's his reason now? I have no, genuinely, I don't know, and I'm actually really curious. I really do wonder, because we know he was lying back then. He didn't actually think that approving the stopgap funding bill back in, what was it, May? Back when that happened, and betraying the rest of the Democrats. We know he was lying about his reasoning there. March, okay. I knew it started with MA. But I don't know why he's okay with this. I genuinely don't know. I'm really, really curious. Schumer put out a video that actually had okay messaging. I'll believe it when I see it.
So now we're in a government shutdown.
Atrocious fit, but we'll not focus on that. At least he's wearing a blazer and not an orphan suit jacket. That much is good, but apart from that...
And you may be asking yourself, how the hell did we get here? Donald Trump and the Republican Party are hell-bent on taking health care away from 60 million people, closing community clinics, rural hospitals, nursing homes, all so they can keep giving tax breaks to their billionaire friends. It's a disgrace. So Democrats have...
Is he trying to copy Mamdani? No. What he's doing here is a classic Ivy fit, which is one of the most American styles of semi-formal dress. And he's not doing a great job of it, but that is what he's trying to do. He's wearing chinos that are ill-fitting. He's wearing the correct shoes. They're actual dress shoes. They're not dress sneakers. No, not his outfit, the video style. Yes. The blazer needs to be a little bit, it needs to be a little bit larger. It's a little bit too tight on him, and also the rise in the pants is too low. You shouldn't see the belt like that. Also, he should be wearing a tie. Again, you should be wearing a tie. He should be wearing a button-down collar Oxford shirt with some kind of informal tie, like a knit tie. But I see what he's going for. At least he's wearing, like, proper shoes.
3 words.
You know, I actually got a suit recently from eBay, an old Made in USA Brooks Brothers suit. I'll show you guys after this is done, because after we're done with this bit, I'm out of segments for the day. I'll show you.
For this. No fucking way. It's literally life or death. We will not let Republicans blow up our healthcare system.
What happened to not buying clothes? I have a wedding to go to. I need a suit. I don't own a suit.
And this isn't the first time they've tried to do this.
Total repeal of the Obamacare bill.
Or the second.
The repeal of Obamacare.
Or even the third. You get the point. If Republicans are consistent about anything, it's about taking away health care from as many of you as possible.
Also, yeah, the messaging here is pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I hadn't seen this video. Look, it's still Chuck Schumer. He's evil. I don't need to keep repeating this over and over. But yeah, the messaging here is pretty good, to be honest.
Let's dive into the facts. The so-called big, beautiful bill, which is really a big, ugly betrayal, cuts $1 trillion from health care.
It has to be Mamdani. It has to be Mamdani. Schumer has tried doing digital content before, and it's always come across really bad, and it's obvious that he didn't have a videography team that knew what it was doing, and I'm guessing that he's either hired new people or those people have really upped their the quality of their game. Again, I hate him, but I am in favor of the Democrats holding their stance firm on this shutdown. So if he is enabling that by being, you know, forceful with his rhetoric,
causes the ACA credits to expire, insurance premiums will go up 93%. As a result, 22 million people pay more, 4 million lose coverage altogether, and even if you don't have ACA, your premiums are going up also. What does it mean in New York? $2,500 increase for those on ACA. Working families can't afford that, and 450,000 people lose their health care. This is not about politics. It's about people. But don't take...
I do still... Oh, yeah, jacket's definitely too small. Look at how short those sleeves are. See, it's because it's riding up right here under the shoulder because the sleeves are too tight. I do hate the it's not about politics thing. What about, why don't we try a new line? It is about politics, actually. As in, politically, I believe you should have health care, and the Republicans think you shouldn't. That is politics. It's good politics versus bad politics. Do some market testing.
Take it from me. Take it from the patients and the providers themselves.
A lot of these patients are losing their care and they cannot go to the preventive care doctor. So where do they go? They come to the emergency department. Unfortunately, the emergency departments are being overflown. They're being overwhelmed.
It really does really bring me to tears. It's really, really sad.
They don't have a choice, Vosh. I can almost guarantee Schumer was threatened with being removed as minority leader if he caves. That would be the best case scenario. I know a lot of people in the Senate were very mad at Schumer after he flipped on the budget stopgap bill. If the reason that he shifted is because of internal pressure and he just wants to keep his job because he's a greedy, power-hungry fuck, that would be best case scenario, because that means the internal pressure is sufficient to motivate change. It's all scummy stuff. It's all politics, right? But, you know.
Like, we have to end up begging, don't make those cuts. Somebody has to stand up for us. We stood up for you. Now you're on our shoulders. Please do the right thing by us.
The beginning of this year marked the first time in recent history where we actually saw a decline in overdose fatalities and fentanyl poisonings. Any reduction in benefits, any reduction in coverage means that those overdose numbers will go right back up. Suicides will go right back up. Anxiety, depression.
The bottom line? Donald Trump and the Republicans have chosen to shut down the government rather than work with us to defuse the ticking time bomb that will blow up health care for millions of Americans. Congressional Democrats are on the side of the American people, and together we will fight to make this right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to shit on him some more, but no, I mean, in the context of this conflict, that's a pretty good video. The fit needed work, but, you know. Yeah, that's, you know. He's old, the fit was never going to be good. Buddy. Old people can rock their fit. Suits are made to look good on old people, man. No, anyway. Tish James will headline a rally for Zoran. Wait, really? Nice. Happy to hear that. How are you guys doing? People are LARPing as ICE in NYC. Oh, I saw this. I don't think it's LARPing. I also don't know if it's real. I don't really want to comment on it because it looks fake. I feel like anyone pretending to be ICE would wear masks. You know? Games? Not today. Because I want the next thing probably to be, it's either going to be Expedition 33 or Deltarune. Do you guys want to see the suit? Real quick? I'm probably going to have to return it because it's too big on me, but after that I'll read donos. I'm not going to put the trousers on, I'll just put the jacket on. You'll be able to see the issue. Tailor it? I might be able to. I got it off eBay for $100 or so. It's a made in USA Brooks Brothers classic fit jacket, which I am of course wearing right now with a Western shirt and a pair of fatigue shorts. Not exactly Congress, but It's a fine suit. Unfortunately, it's too big for me. See, it's got too much room here. Look at that. I need to go down a whole size. But I don't know if I can go to if I can go all the way down to a 42. I mean, I guess there's room in the shoulders. You could for sure get that tailored. Maybe. Is it looks a bit short in the arms? No. The arms are perfectly good. See? Could I look at how much there's like so much overlap room. Maybe I could get this tailored. You want me to hold a cat while wearing the suit? Okay, you can't scratch this one. You can scratch most of my clothes, River, but you can't scratch the suit, okay? Most of my clothes benefit with wear and age. Not this one though. But it's nice, right? I wonder if it's too what material is it? It's wool, of course. I wonder if it's too formal though. It might be too formal is my main concern. Because it's a wedding and it's a charcoal suit, you know? What year was it made? I'm sure I can find it somewhere in these tags. Just take off the tie if it's too formal. I'm not going to not wear a tie, you lunatic. Wait, for a wedding you would need a tuxedo? No, that's only if it's black tie. Anyway, it is a fine suit. It fits pretty good when I'm sitting. You know, it fits my shoulders well. Maybe I should get it tailored. Chambray shirt underneath, knit tie, fun belt buckle. With a charcoal suit? Look, a chambray shirt would be fine with a casual suit. Okay, you see how there's an incongruity between this jacket and this shirt? This is a denim western shirt, right? Like, this is too casual for this. Hold on. Now, if I bust out my old sport jacket from the anthology, now you'll find that it actually looks a lot more fitting. The texture and the informality of the jacket plays much better with the Western shirt. Still very informal shirt, but you know, you could wear a tie. All right. Looks nice with the denim shirt. Bow tie better for a wedding. Bow tie would be if you're wearing a tuxedo. That's black tie. No, not doing it for me? All right, well, it's still a Western shirt. Hold on. If I'm going to wear this while reading donos, let me uncuff the sleeves so they pop out properly. Okay. You know, I got this at a thrift store for half the cost it sells retail. I was delighted when they saw it. They had only one, and it was in my size. With that, maybe a bolo tie would look good, but not a bow tie. I only think that a bow tie looks good with a tuxedo, personally. But that's just my preference. Jacket number 2 looks better in the shoulders. The black jacket looks like you stole your dad's jacket. Well, I need to decide whether or not I'm going to get a new suit or get that one altered. But I think the black jacket looks too big because of how big it is in the stomach. I think it lacks structure, you know? Like there's like look at how tight this is around my stomach. It's a perfect fit. Maybe a little too tight because it's a Hong Kong brand and I'm a fat American. So you see there's pulling here. If I lost a bit of weight, then it wouldn't be an issue. But alas, I have a tummy. Do you not think this looks good? No, I think it looks like ridiculous British faffy cosplay. Sorry, this is anachronistic to me in so many ways. And also, I'm an American. I mean, it looks fine in like a if you wanted to look like this kind of way, but I'm American, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with it if you want to look like a British professor from the 1940s. Anyway, my thinking is that the black jacket fits fine in the shoulders and it's just too loose here. And because it's loose here, when it's buttoned, like it buttons with, like if it was here, it has this much room in the chest, you see? So it looks like it shifts around on my chest. But if you tightened it up here in the waist, you know, you brought it in a couple inches in the waist, it would have a flatter front and it would look more structured and the shoulders would look fine. Because I do have broad shoulders. You know, I don't want the sleeves to be tight in the shoulders. This is good. See? Look, I move around. Look at this. Look at the structuring of this jacket, okay? I move my arms around. The collar stays right here on my neck. See? None of that awkward buckling and so on and so forth that you see with people who wear these, you know, Indochino suits or whatever. Now do jumping jacks. You could, nice try. You couldn't see my collar if I was standing up. Nice try. Even buttons, see? Look, buttoned. Stays where it ought to be. Anyway. They asked you for sizes for this jacket, right? Well, yeah, of course. But they use the European measuring. It's a Hong Kong brand, the Anthology. So I think I was a 54 or a 52 or something. Do some blazers not do that? It's called a collar gap, and it's quite common, unfortunately. In fact, it was happening quite a bit with Chuck Schumer back in the video we just watched. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe that one was holding fine. What's the weave pattern? This is herringbone. This is a herringbone tweed jacket. I need to finish the sleeves on this. I still haven't finished the sleeves. See how there are no buttons? I never got the sleeves finished. It still has the it still has the basting thread here. I just keep forgetting to. No, one moment. There we go. By the way, Vosh, since Netanyahu is sometimes an American citizen, he can be tried for genocide under federal U.S. law, but that's not under the jurisdiction of municipal NYC police. Or NYPD police. Sorry to spam, but I spent 10 years selling suits. Just have the center seam of the Brooks Brothers take it in. That's all you need to make it fit exactly as you want. Just the center seam? Wouldn't you need to bring it in on the sides? I need to find like a good suit tailor. A good suit tailor here in Seattle. I don't know. Well, anyway, I need to read donations. This jacket is so comfortable. I'm so warm right now. I just need a haircut. TBH, it already looks good, but yeah, you need to let the center seam let out. Keep in mind, we're not talking about this jacket, which fits me perfectly. We're talking about the gray one. Okay, Mr. Big Shoulders. These make my my shoulders look even larger because they have this, I forget what it's called, when you have this like dimpled seam for the sleeve, where rather than it dimpling downwards, it dimples up, so you get this little poof. It makes my shoulders look even larger. Very masculine detail. All right. I don't like the shoulder dimple personally. Well, you can, never mind. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the bevel of gifted subs that were done in offline chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. They're all just emote spam, you know. I don't think there's much I can really say about them other than I appreciate them. And there are quite a few of them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? 10 or 11? That is remarkable. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good Faith Goblin, you're really you're really dishing them out. You're making it rain over there. El Burgador, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Levy Toddy Boy, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you, thank you. Fuster Cluck, thank you for the 50 bucks. I need more audio visual evidence that cats are stupid, contributing to the research efforts. I appreciate that. We've been getting the 2 cats here, River and Bagheera, very, very happy cats, and they've been delightful lately. We harass both of them every day that we can, which is every day. Thank you. Jay here, Grain, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. A good Zoran Sylvia Rivera campaign vid yesterday. Ah, well, I didn't see it back when you donated this, but I did see it today, and it was a banger. Thank you. No spaces or special characters. Thank you for the $5. Oh, that's what it says. Thank you, thank you. Feel free to update my profile with the name you've been trying to say. No, I'll remember it now. No spaces or special characters, but shortened due to the 20 character limit. I like that, and I get it. Off That Goop, thank you for the $20 dono. 2 pickups from Double RL yesterday that I thought you might like to see. Also babies. Yo! Good hit. That is a beautiful card holder. Look at that. Oh my goodness. And some driving gloves. And so... Oh! Why did this one steal all of the hair off of this one? How did it absorb all of the... It's too much. It has to give some back. It taxed the hair. What good babies. They also like it. God, Sphinx cats look so fucked up. I love them so much. Pigeon looks like such a little fucking wretch. So cute. Can the Astronomer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I want to get some clothes while I'm in Seattle for an academic conference in Italy. My vision is Buck Mason-esque, but it would be a splurge. Any cheaper Rex? There's a Taylor Stitch right next to the Buck Mason in Cap Hill that just opened up. I would say they're also a good source. Now, if you want to really splurge, or maybe just look at what the higher end options available are, over in Fremont, there's a store called the Blue Owl Workshop that focuses in denim, but has a lot of these like hard-wearing Americana, Japanese denim, that sort of thing. The offers there are not inexpensive, but they are basically the best out there. So if you want to take a look and get a feel for it, that's a good place to do so. Diraku, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Santa Chiara, thank you for the $5. Do you think it's over for us if ICE lifts that maximum IQ limit? No. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, I think there's a hard cap in that kind of thing that you can't actually adjust via policy. Tane, thanks the tier 2 sub, who merely says, take my money. Yes, please. Jazz Dog, thanks the tier 1 sub, just because you're neat. Thank you, I try my best. B-Bird, thank you for the very kind 15 bucks. I might be kind of a dumb idiot here, but the amount of stuff the U.S. government is allowed to keep secret and arrest you for kind of speaks volumes. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not just America that's anti-democratic in this respect, you know? I don't have a problem with people shit-talking America. It deserves it. But I do have a problem with the implication that people sometimes, put forward, which is that, like, this is an America-specific problem, right? When Canada and Germany and the UK and a bunch of other Western governments are also having their own, like, version of this censorious pushback. In 35 minutes, Sam Cedars interviewing Mamdani. That's fantastic. Well, I'll be offline by then, so you guys can go and watch. That's great. Apes in the Plan, thank you for the very kind tier 3 sub. My wife has been overwhelmed and distraught lately, so I played her your explanation of why fascism will always fail culturally. You made her feel better. I'm happy to hear that. It's important not to be too doomer, you know? Our ancestors, both in like a literal, I guess, and ideological sense, have faced more difficult times than these. There's a lot of difficult stuff up ahead in the future, sure, but I think we got this, you know, in the long run. Tactically Slow, thank you for the 20 bucks. Just wanted to shout out my wife and I's friend, David, that's a name, Inkauskis? Inczauskis? Inchauskas? SJ, a Jesuit priest from the Loyola of Chicago who led the procession in Chicago. First of all, super cool. Second of all, sorry if I butchered that. Kakao Win, thank you for the 619. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Vosh is bearably smug. I try my best. Sake, thank you for the super duper kind 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Interesting how conservatives seem to love blank named organizations when they're headed by white people. Oh, they love that shit. Oh. I get you. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been talking about BlackRock lately. She's doing the full like internet radicalization pivot, so we'll see how that goes. Miss Remember Lynn, before they were known once more as Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thought you'd appreciate this building's beautiful architecture in Iran. You're kind of all right. Much appreciated. And yeah, I saw this. This is just like it's unbelievable. Really, it really is. The quality of like brick architecture and mid-rise development in Iran, like a few of their supported architects, it's just stellar. And it makes me so envious. This building is going to age so beautifully, you know? Even as long as it is taken care of, 100 years from now, it's still going to look really, really, really good because brick ages well and everything is going to develop this nice patina. Yeah. Just beautiful. Godwings 101, thank you for the $5. Betrayed again, Metal Gear pushback again. Don't make this hard for me. A Cosmic Dragon Lover, thank you for the $5. I am interested in playing Expedition 33. Honestly, it's just going to depend on viewership. Viewership got pretty good with the Silksong streams. Less so with Hades, which I understand. At the end of the day, like, I enjoy playing games on my own quite a lot. So if I'm going to stream games, the experience, it needs to be worth it for me. You know what I mean? Silksong was great to play live. I had a lot of fun doing that. Hades I only played one day of. If I play Expedition 33 and it feels like everyone's like, maybe that would be, it would be less enjoyable for me. But I want to give it a crack, you know? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Trump went to the Vosh Academy of Geography. I appreciate you padding the YouTube short donation with 20 tier 1 subs. You've bought my attention.
I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example. It was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the prime minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we
I can't believe it. One mind. One mind.
were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know.
You write
I
the
am very
theory, I'll do the praxis. Fuck, he's so fucking funny, dude. How did Hitler win? Like, I mean, in Germany, like, how did he win to rise to power? There's no way he was this funny. A bit of a tangent, like totally unrelated, but why do people say wearing a suit is uncomfortable? I don't know if it's like a poor fitting thing, but like suits are crazy comfortable. You like if you have a suit that fits you, it literally is tailored to your body better than any other garment of clothing you can have. It's too fucking hot. I'm wearing a tweed suit jacket over a denim shirt right now, and it's not that hot. I don't know. I just don't think it is. Guys, I did get a purchase from Imogene Willie recently. I told you the other day that I didn't want to tell you guys about it until it came in, because I wanted to make sure that it wouldn't look bad on me. And it's so difficult to not talk about it. Hardest job, I know. Then why'd you bring it up? Because it's really hard not to talk about it. So, I wanna. But what if it looks bad on me? The popularity of slim-fitting suits doesn't help. Oh, slim suits are a fucking blight, dude. Also, everyone's fat. Why are slim suits popular? What the fuck? Like, it's crazy. It doesn't fit anyone, you know? People are out there wearing jackets they can't even button. It's one of the reasons I like Brooks Brothers, you know? They're one of the few relatively accessible brands that has like full cut suits, like American sack suits, you know? Anyway, Kowalski, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you not outsourcing your hatred of farmers. It speaks volume to your authenticity and righteous anger towards those voting for poverty and claps. Thank you. This coastal elite anti-ruroid warrior still hates farmers the old-fashioned way. Thank you. Thank you. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. PV Media Team cooked here. Yes. So the and pardon me if I blank on the names here, as I'm wont to do. Progressive Victory was advocating for Baraka in the New Jersey gubernatorial election, and unfortunately he lost. Sucks to suck, right? Now, we didn't like Mikey. It's not Mickey, it's Mikey, right? Mikey Sherrill. But look at this. I think this is quite charming, okay? Progressive Victory endorses Mikey Sherrill. Like her, it's good enough. And like the paste over, come on. Look, we want Democrats to win against Republicans, but you know, if you have to support the less desired Democratic candidate, this is the way you want to do it. I think they actually have, I think at some point they were going to do canvassing or talk to her, not her, but her team or something like that. So I wonder how that'll play out. That's really fucking cute. You met with her team today? Nice. New Jersey's Hitlerite, no surprise the progressive lost. Yeah, they wish they were New York. King Jar Jar, thank you for the $5. Oh, look, my dad gave me his old jacket. Want to get the waist tightened up a bit somehow? Hey, that looks, excuse me, that looks really good. Waist tightened up a bit. You could probably do that for a bomber. This is the, not the M1A. What's the bomber jacket with the big heavy outer pockets? I forget the military name. The heavier bomber jacket. It's not the M1A. Is it the B2? Looks good. Love that hard-wearing clothing. It's from the 80s? Fuck yeah. Why the fuck do I have you blocked? What did you do? I don't know. Are you sure? Did you ever reply to one of my tweets asking me why I haven't streamed today on a day that I'm tweeting a lot but haven't streamed? I probably was annoying at some point. Were you ever annoying in the specific way that I just described? People come to offline chat saying you blocked them over replying to your fashion post. Okay, listen. Does no one else see the problem? I'll post like a picture where I think I look cute, and then people will reply being like, you made this mistake. What the fuck? Who do you think you are? You're not my friend. We don't have a rapport. You're just heckling me. For real? Well, they think they're doing it cute. But like, again, you're not, I'm not friends with you. Okay, fine. My friends gas me the fuck up anyway, so it's not even like a, oh, well, if you were my friend, you could shit talk me thing. Because my friends they're positive. They're positive people. They have positive mental energy. They have PME. All right, let me read these super chats. TI, thank you for the 20 Swedish kroner. Taijirai, thank you for the $10. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 20 Egyptian pounds. USA becoming more of a joke by the day. Well, you know what? Your country just hosted our president to celebrate his big diplomatic win. So, fuck you. Moisture, thank you for the $10. Hey, Vosh, I work as a culinary specialist in the Navy. Me and all my coworkers have been taking food out of our galley back home just to get by. We're not supposed to, but we do anyway. Don't get court-martialed over anything you donate to a live streamer. Just, listen, I'm not condemning you. I'm only saying be careful, okay? The Trump administration is Russifying the military, basically, you know? Our servicemen are out there siphoning gasoline out of tanks so they can drink something. Elaram Basdo, thank you for the $5. Joan Bolt, thank you very much for the $100 dono. That's very kind of you. This is from yesterday. Hi, Joan of the Board of Investors here, letting the desire for more fashion segments be known. I have talked a lot about clothing in the past 30 minutes, so I think there's something up there, you know? We have been doing it. Okay, fine. You all forced my hand. I have no choice but to do this now. This is the jacket that I got from Imogene and Willie. I've never bought a leather jacket because it's a big commitment, and once you have it, you kind of have to wear it for a million years to really break it in and get that patina. I couldn't believe it, okay? It's an Imogene X Shot NYC collab. Shot NYC, that's the brand that invented the motorcycle jacket. You know? Invented it. And it's a beautiful trucker jacket. Not a motorcycle jacket. Look at that. Look at that. It has pleats. It has the front pleats, like the Type 2 denim, the famous Levi's Type 2 denim jacket. But it's all in cowhide. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And unlike a lot of Shot NYC's jackets, it's not cut to a slim fit, which would never work for me because I'm a big boy, you know? Got a nice cropped boxy shape. I think it's beautiful. Can you show the inner lining? Well, I don't have it here in front of me. You see the inner lining. It's this like sateen, dark blue, Japanese cotton fabric. Are the pleats functional? Like, can you cut them? I think so. I probably wouldn't. What brand again? It's Imogene and Willie has a collab right now. I bought it quickly because I knew they'd be out soon. Anyway, hopefully I look good in it and not like a little baby boy wearing a leather jacket, you know. I am aware of the fact I'm an adult. I pay my taxes, but I'm aware of the fact that as a consequence of my lifestyle choices and my profession, I do nonetheless exude you know, baby boy zillennial energy. You know what I mean? I do have opinions on Skibbity Toilet. And I worry that wearing a black leather jacket might convey an undeserved self-impression. You know, I don't want to do that. You don't want the jacket to wear you, basically. You understand. Beard probably helps, lol. Yeah, probably. Bathwater for sale, thanks the 2 Canadian. Happy Thanksgiving, love from Calgary. Is it Canadian Thanksgiving today? Panacea Pan, thank you for the $20. My Salvadoran coworker, it is. Oh, okay. My Salvadoran coworker's taking his citizenship test tomorrow, and he's really nervous. I need everyone to DBZ style send him restful vibes so he can get some good sleep tonight. Good luck, Senor M. Wow. Good luck. Good luck to him. That's a big step, a citizenship test. I mean, that's been in here for a while then. Good luck, and I hope ICE doesn't nab his ass right outside the testing room, as they're so wont to do, you know? He needs to do like a Key and Peele white face going over there, you know? Dress up like a janitor or have like a clipboard in hand, and then as soon as you're close to the testing room door, you bolt in there, you know? Victorious Gardenosaurus and Daniel Green, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Similo, thank you for the $2. Micah Gelfin, thank you for the $20. Oh my God, peace in the Middle East. Thank you, God Emperor Trump. Surely nothing bad will follow. Take my shekels. Well, you donated in USD, not in shekels. I actually have gotten shekel donations before, and I have to say I'm transfixed by the beauty of their symbol. You know, most currencies just have a dollar sign, but the shekels have this like interlocking like right angle grid that I think looks quite nice. So yeah, next time donate in shekels. Meta and Daniel Green, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Here's a $5 for giving good recommendations for Seattle. Won't be watching until we leave later, but love your city. Yeah, Seattle's great. Seattle's great. Shekels is still insane to me, like my people love being... No, Benjamin, you've got the order reversed. Shekels, that's a old name. The anti-Semitic obsession with using shekels as a way to refer to, you know, JQ agenda stuff or whatever, all of that is came after the fact, you know? It's not actually like the fault of the name shekel or whatever. And speaking of, Benjamin, thank you for the $100 donut, who you merely said +2. I wonder what joke I said to warrant that. Thank you very much, Ben. I appreciate that. Oh, Benjamin. I know I said I'd talk to you today. Is it cool if we talk tomorrow to follow up on the thing rather than today? Is that fine? If that presses into your schedule too much, then lol, yeah, it's fine. You already said lol, yeah, it's fine. But you're still saying lol, yeah, so you know it's an imposition. Wait, let me check my calendar really quick. What day / month / year is it? Okay. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay, yes, tomorrow. This fucking guy. Yeah. It's good. It's good, Benjamin. It's good. No, it's actually fine. They want to do it later anyway. Okay. Imagine Voosh having to do a real schedule. I would argue that my lack of scheduling does contribute a little bit to the bohemian charm of this stream, you know? I'm unfettered. I'm like a feather floating on the breeze. Also, has the past 30 minutes of this stream not contributed immensely to my argument that a shirt on its own is insufficient and should be complemented with a jacket? Come on. As a finishing layer, this looks much better than just wearing the shirt, doesn't it? Says the man in the $1,000 outfit. First of all, this was more than $1,000. Second of all, it's not really an outfit. I'm wearing shorts right now, and I'm not wearing an undershirt, and it's the pants and so on. Fourth of all, still looks good. Mm. $11.50, very jealous. Well, listen, it's like the only thing that I'm ever going to be able to get from the anthology now because of the tariffs. I can't order something from Hong Kong. Do you know how expensive that would be? The price would have. You have the tariffs and the lack of the de minimis exception. UPS is destroying packages. No, yeah, I'm glad I got an item in before the fucking second Trump term. Just go to Hong Kong. You still have to pay when you bring the stuff back in. Were the armpits in that jacket custom sized? No, but typically higher end jackets. Well, how do I say? Jackets in the past used to have higher armholes. That's the reason why I can do this and the jacket stays like more or less proportioned correctly on my neck and shoulders. If the armholes are connected to too low, like if they're connected to here rather than up to here, too much of the jacket gets pulled up when you lift your arm. But they'll make the armholes lower because it fits a wider range of body types. Who the fuck pays duties when they bring stuff in person? I don't know how crazy they are now at custom. I don't fucking know. You're supposed to. I don't know what they're fucking. I would come back into the country and they would look at my passport and they'd be like, "Oh, so you're a socialist, huh? Here, let's take you back into the room to question you." And they would beat me with sticks and make me pay $1 million. Look, the administration will not last long. Okay, I'll get my anthology shit when I can. Yeah, he's got undeclared goods. Shoot him. Exactly. Rescriptor, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Terminal Sanity and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Do you think this often said phrase is true or not really? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. I think like a lot of general phrases about nature and human history and so on, I think that it's true if you apply it broadly, and it's wrong in a lot of specific ways. I think it's more just a thing you say to make a point. Like you're making a point about a specific thing rhyming with the past. I don't really think you can make general statements like that. They're unverifiable, essentially. Like I don't think you can really field test an idea like that. And Alexander Stanford with the 100 Egyptian pounds. Okay, my words got me in the back anyway. What do you think about the Moist Critical video that he dumped on MAGA? I haven't seen it. I mean, look, Moist Critical has been progressive for a long time. I don't think that's like shocking to anyone. I did see a clip on Twitter recently where he was talking about Netanyahu specifically, which seemed to me like much more overt political commentary than he normally engages in, which was surprising. But I'm not surprised, I guess, by his leanings, more so the fact that he's been louder about it. Between stuff like that and the shift from the Dude Bro podcasters who have been less openly supportive of Trump, more critical of the administration's failures, Epstein, immigration, so on and so forth, I think there's a shift blowing in the winds. I do. I think the winds are, I think they're shifting a little bit, you know? That's the hope, at least, right? And he's a good guy, Thana. He is. I like Moist a lot. Seems to have a good, general moral compass, which is not always the case in this field. All right, folks, I'm going to head out. In 15 minutes, apparently, according to one chatter, but why would I ever not believe chat, Sam Cedar will be interviewing Mamdani. You can watch it now, or I might take a look at it tomorrow. Parts of it, at least. I don't know how long it's going to go. Have a wonderful time. Take care. Drink water. And always make sure that your suits are not slim fit. They don't look good on anyone unless you're an Italian model with cropped trousers, no socks, loafers, and you have a BMI of 12. So yeah, take care. I'll see you soon.